Okay, good morning, everyone. It looks like we are all set up and streaming live. I'm calling this work study session of the Kansas Corporation to order in docket number 21 EKME 088GIE. My name is Andrew French. I'm chairman of the Kansas Corporation Commission, and joining me today are my colleagues, Commissioners Dwight D. Keene and Susan K. Duffy. And I will give each a chance to say a brief hello here, starting with Commissioner Keene.
Thank you, Chair French. Once again, it's our privilege to engage in this work study. I'm really grateful that we're doing this in the most transparent way that we are. I welcome all of those who are joining us through this Zoom network, and I look forward to learning and listening a great deal today. So look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. Commissioner Duffy, would you like to say hello to the parties?
Yes, thank you. And again, this is number 3. I appreciate the opportunity we have to learn more about the STP. And I also appreciate the involvement of all the other entities and the questions that they will ask. I think it's important for the process. So thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you all for attending this public work study in this docket. This is the third of 4 scheduled work studies to discuss Evergy's sustainability transformation plan. This work study will focus on changes in the customer experience that will result from the STP. The Commission believes these work studies are very important to allow both the Commission and the public that can watch this online to learn more about Evergy's proposed STP. We look forward to learning more about the plan, having the opportunity to ask questions, and other participants who've been granted intervention in this docket will have the opportunity to ask questions as well. As you all know, this is not the first one of these we've presented, and so due to the pandemic, we are conducting this by Zoom, and we're broadcasting it to the public on YouTube. So please bear with us if we experience any technical glitches. I think we're getting the hang of it, and things are running pretty smoothly. But if we get off path, we'll regroup and get everything going again. We will plan to take a half-hour lunch break around 12:30, and in the afternoon, to the extent we continue, we'll take periodic short 5 to 10 minute breaks as we need them. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to the Commission's General Counsel, Brian Fedotin, who will be moderating today's work study.
Thank you, Chairman French. We'll begin with a roll call of the interveners. When I call on you, please introduce yourself for the record. Evergy?
Good morning, Kathy Dingus for Evergy, and Chuck Casely will be presenting for the company here in just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Curb?
Good morning, everyone. Dave Nickel on behalf of the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, CURB. Joining CURB today will be Patrick Orr, Josh France, Todd Love, and Joseph Astrab. Our consultant, Andrea Crane, will be joining the meeting somewhere around 11:15 today. Thank you. Thank you.
Climate and Energy Project.
Good morning, Dorothy Barnett here for Climate and Energy Project.
IBEW Local 304.
Good morning, Brian Wood on behalf of IBEW Local 304, and I'll be the lone representative for that entity today. Thank you.
Thank you. Midwest Energy.
Good morning, this is Ann Kallenbach on behalf of Midwest Energy, and I believe that Patrick Park is also participating by phone.
Thank you. Commission staff.
Good morning. Terry Pemberton, Chief Litigation Counsel for staff. I'm joined by Mike Neely, who's also an attorney for staff, Jeff McClanahan, Director of our Utilities, Justin Grady, Chief of Revenue Requirements, Cost of Service and Finance, Adam Gatewood, Senior Managing Financing, Financial Analyst, Leo Hanos, our Chief of Engineering, and Tim Stringer, who is also in our Engineering Division. Thank you.
Thank you. KEPCO.
Good morning. This is Susan Cunningham on behalf of KEPCO. On the phone today with me are Mark Doljak and Rebecca Fowler. And also on the phone is outside counsel Kimberly Frank. Thanks so much.
Thank you. KIC.
Good morning, Robert Vincent for KIC. Joining us on the call today are Jim Zakura and Connor Thompson. Jim Zakura will be our main point of contact for today's presentation.
Thank you. KPP.
This is Larry Holloway with Kansas Power Pool.
Thank you. McPherson, Board of Public Utilities.
Good morning. This is Heather Starnes on behalf of McPherson, and I will be their sole representative today.
Thank you. Natural Resources Defense Council.
Good morning. Thomas Connors appears on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council. We will also be joined by senior economist Ashok Gupta, who will be responding to questions today.
Thank you. The Sierra Club.
And I'm on here.
Okay, thank you. The Sierra Club.
Teresa Woody representing the Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you. USD number 259. USD number 259. Well, they may not be participating today, so okay.
Brian, I just admitted Brian Drilling. I don't know if he's with USD 259.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he is. I'll call them once more and then we'll move on. USD number 259. Okay. Thank you. There may be some confidential information discussed today, and if so, we'll save that information for the end of the work study. And pursuant to KSA 75-4319B4 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act, which allows the commission to conduct a closed session to discuss data related to financial affairs or trade secrets of corporations. If there is confidential information, we can discuss that in a closed session. Individuals affiliated with the interveners and who have signed and submitted a non-disclosure agreement are permitted to attend the closed session, but members of the general public who are viewing the live stream on our YouTube channel will not be able to view any closed session. So we'll begin with a presentation from Chuck Casely of Evergy. Following Evergy's presentation, the commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions. After the commissioners ask their questions, I will call on the interveners in alphabetical order. When called on, please introduce yourself and present any of your technical witnesses to ask their questions or comment. Each party will be limited to 15 minutes as we've done in the prior two work sessions. Again, I would encourage you guys to remember the topic that we have today, the customer experience, and limit your questions and comments to that subject. At the conclusion of Evergy's update, we may go into a closed session. With that, Mr. Casely.
Morning, Mr. Fidoten. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, stakeholders, thanks for the opportunity to do another workshop this morning. We're here this morning to talk about Evergy's vision of an enhanced customer experience under the Sustainability Transformation Plan. And I'm going to give some remarks here and go through the slides that we put out last week. But I'm also going to try and be as succinct as possible because I think a lot of the value from these workshops comes from the dialogue and the interaction between the stakeholders and the commission and the company. At the end of the day, a robust stakeholder conversation around the STP today, and as well as along the path as we implement this strategy, is really what's going to help shape the value of the STP for all stakeholders. So you want to go ahead and go to slide 2 here. So I'm gonna be the chief presenter today. But I did want to let folks know that we have a host of folks from our customer team with us to answer questions and to engage on this topic. Chief among them are Jeff Beasley, our Vice President of Customer Operations. He's here remotely. And then we have Julie Dragoo, who runs the systems that support all of our customer interactions, as well as Katie McDonald, who, in addition to communications and marketing, is responsible for our website, a significant part of our digital presence online, and of course, social media. So they will be here as you know, in addition to our regulatory folks, as we go through the dialogue portion of this to answer any questions that folks may have that I can't handle or we would like to get more detail on. So today we're gonna cover in some detail 4 key topics. First of all, we'd like to start with briefly talking about how our STP is focused really on customers. That is the primary vision of the STP as a 5-year strategy or plan. The second thing that we like to do is discuss our strategy to improve customer experience and service under the STP, and just exactly what our near-term priorities, will be to form the foundation necessary to kind of pursue the ultimate goal of enhanced customer experience and service. The third thing is we'd like to talk a little bit about what our ultimate vision of enhanced customer experience looks like. Although I caution that, typical utility planning is here's a 5-year plan and a list of projects and a list of things that we're going to do and the days we're going to do them. That's really not what our plan is or our strategy is. What it is a 5-year viewpoint on where we would like to get. But the vision of our destination is probably no more important on the journey to get there, and some of the things that we're looking at along the way. So maybe a little bit different than some of the ways we've discussed things like this in the past. And then finally, we'd like to talk about the implications of that vision and how we're going to organize as a company, and more specifically as a customer team, to deliver that vision, and maybe how it's different than we've organized in the past. Next slide. So the central thesis for all of the STP is a focus on customers. How do we best orient our company, our operations, our investments to drive real, tangible benefits for customers? The STP isn't an investment plan, although strategic investments that drive value, tangible value for customers and unlock cost savings is a key part of it. And the STP isn't a cost-cutting plan, although one of the very important goals of the STP is to be as efficient as possible in our operations and to offset capital investments that we make with real cost savings. The STP is really just our 5-year strategy to put customer and community and customer benefits first and central in everything that we do. Under the STP, there are 4 central focus areas, 2 of which we've already discussed in workshops. Those would have been grid modification, modernization, and our cost efficiency work under the STP. And then, of course, we have 2 more to go, including the one on enhanced customer experience today. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is a slide that I know everybody has seen before, and we will continue to put out there for discussion and for feedback as we go through these workshops and as we implement the STP. But I'd like to start by saying that about this slide, that time and time again, the 2 things that we hear from our utility customers as the things that are the very most important to them are reliability and affordability. And over the last decade, every year, the importance that customers place on clean sources of energy and overall sustainability has clearly risen as a priority as well. So, as I said, this slide has been used previously in the workshops we've had with the commission. So I'm not going to cover it in detail, but I did want to take a couple minutes and point out some aspects of it that directly relate to customer benefits. So first, in the capital in Topeka over the last 3 or 4 years, and certainly since Westar and KCP&L came together to form Evergy, there has been a lot of discussion from policymakers, regulators, regulatory and policy stakeholders about the rate increases that occurred in the time period from 2007 to 2017. And so I wanted to talk just a little bit about how the STP contrasts and is different from that period of time, which admittedly was probably the largest period of capital investment in what is now Evergy's history. The STP is different, and there are some key differences to think about. First of all, if you go back to the 2007 to 2017 timeline, the bulk of the capital investment made by Evergy was to comply with federal environmental regulations or to make needed investments to access renewable energy and to build baseload generation. Now, while there was a clear need for that investment, the benefits to customers were perhaps a little less direct and less tangible. We would retrofit existing power plants for environmental regulations, but that didn't produce another kilowatt hour, and that didn't really change in any meaningful way the way customers saw their electrical service. The STP is 100% different from that. The STP, by contrast, is primarily focused on direct and tangible customer benefits. And in the areas that we know customers place the highest priority, which is reliability, affordability, sustainability, and what we're here to talk about today, which is enhanced customer service. From an affordability and cost competitiveness perspective, while there is investment of capital under our plan, it is significantly offset by cost reductions, by operating efficiencies, by depreciation, and eventually from coal-based plant retirements. And so the overall impact to rates and the overall increase in rate base under the STP is nothing like what occurred between 2007 and 2017. Also, a significant amount of the capital investment that we're going to make under the STP is targeted to either help achieve those cost efficiencies or provides direct improvements to customer service. And those are both items that I'd like to talk a little bit more about today. And one of the things that we have talked about in a previous workshop, but I want to bring up again in the context of customer benefits, is the fact that the STP is designed to make our electrical grid more modern, more resilient, and more reliable. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is one of the top two priorities for customers. Affordability and reliability always show up as the two top things that customers are concerned about. And to that extent, we have talked about grid modernization previously. What has not been covered as deeply is how our grid modernization efforts in the STP also unlock very tangible customer service and customer experience enhancements. The same investments that will make the grid more robust and more reliable when coupled with technology investments, that some of which we'll discuss today, also unlock tangible customer service benefits. Things like significantly improved and much more automated outage communications, notifications and reporting, increased and personalized digital self-service, much greater insight for customers into their energy usage, and then the ability to, over time and in collaboration with stakeholders, offer a lot more tailored and modern rate structures for customers. Grid modernization coupled with technology investments that we're making under the STP will also allow more customer control over their energy usage, their bills, and enable intelligent and automated customer programs and solutions that without the grid modernization would not be possible. And then finally, under grid modernization, investments there will unlock the ability for customer self-generation, a more two-way grid, customer energy efficiency programs, customer storage, and enable the full value, we think, of electrical vehicles. Again, in contrast to 2007 to 2017, these are things that have tangible customer benefits. They're things that customers would like to see in their energy provider, and they are things that will be enabled as we go through the STP process. Finally, just a note on sustainability. Again, we'll talk about that and reducing the carbon footprint of how we provide electricity in an upcoming workshop. But I think it is notable that in comparison to previous capital investment plans, today we're at nearly 50% of our electricity delivered to retail customers is carbon and emission free. But under the STP, and with the increased priority that customers are putting on sustainability and carbon-free energy, we're going to take the next step to working to put policies in place and retire carbon-based generation and really unlock both the cost and the health and the sustainability efforts and benefits for customers. So let's go to the next slide. So this slide shows the 4 areas that I just talked about with respect to the STP, the 4 concentration areas. But today, the purpose of this workshop is really just to focus on customer experience and customer service. And so we're going to describe our vision for customer experience. We're going to talk about the investments we're going to make in customer-facing technology and some of the places that our customers will see changes first that will enhance customer service. And we're also going to talk about how we're going to reorganize our entire customer team so that it is a lot more flexible and a lot more rapid in deploying customer enhancements for Evergy's customers. And so as we discuss this strategy, one of the places I'd like to begin is just to describe the forces that we see impacting customer service and customer expectations, and that we had to take into consideration and are definitely a part of our customer experience enhancement strategy. So there are really 6 key, and I'd really describe them as disruptive forces that are impacting customer expectations and influencing our customer strategy. And I would add, these are forces that are not unique to the utility industry, but I think the utility industry has probably typically been a little slower to realize them and a little slower to react to them. The STP and the customer enhancements under that and the strategy we're going to talk about today all deal and address these 6 key disruptive forces. The first is speed. The speed of change is just amazing today when it comes to rapid improvement in communications and the speed of communications, computing power. It's all driving rapid change in every industry, but certainly what we're facing as a utility industry. New customer-facing applications or apps are introduced almost on a weekly basis and are continually changing how customers interact with companies. I just want to give maybe a little example. Evergy has been on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube for years. We're not, however, on TikTok. Now, who would ever think that a utility company would want to be on a social media platform that is based on 1-minute videos and not really something that originated as a business social media outlet? And yet, over the last 18 months, TikTok has exploded with consumers. And as a result, more companies have started TikTok accounts than have begun to engage with customers on that platform in just the last year than on any other social media platform. Short videos, as it turns out, 1 minute or less videos have incredible engagement and stickiness with customers. That's about our attention span these days. And this relatively new social media platform is a place to market, instruct, and engage like none of its predecessors. Having said that, if you had asked us to put together a 5-year strategy 2 or 3 years ago, TikTok wouldn't have even shown up on it. And that just puts a perspective on why the speed of change is such an important force that we have to deal with when thinking about a customer strategy. Engaging with customers on social media, for example, in a place where they are active, in a place where they expect companies to have a presence is very important. But trying to pick out and put in a 5-year plan which social media platform will matter most to customers in the next 5 years is really a fool's errand. So as a result, when we talk about our plan, this presentation and our strategy is not going to be a discrete list of customer projects that we're going to undertake over the next 5 years, although certainly in the near term, we want to provide a very focused vision on what we're going to be doing this year and the beginning of next. But rather, we want to describe what our vision is for improved customer experience and what that should look like, both the destination and the journey under the STP. We'll talk about near-term priorities and how it creates a solid foundation. And then we're going to talk about, again, that change in orientation to allow us to rapidly adjust as the speed of change impacts our vision of where we need to be today. Real quickly, the last kind of 5 factors: abundance of data. We collect it, we ask customers for it, we track it, we get it from third parties. Customer strategy has to utilize data. You have to know what's valuable, you have to know what isn't, and that is a capability we intend on really improving under the STP. One that is beginning to be a huge thing on utility companies' radar screens is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And you know, in effect, customers are seeing this, whether they know it or not, in almost every aspect of their life. If you use artificial intelligence and you couple it with data, you can get very personalized interactions, and that is now the rule in almost every kind of customer interaction that occurs out there with tier 1 companies. For example, I bet a lot of you probably have Netflix. Well, it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data coupled together, the movies and the TV shows that you have streamed previously, that every time you turn on Netflix presents you with new movies and new TV shows that you might like. That's artificial intelligence, that's machine learning, that's data. You know, when you log on to Amazon, something that I think now that we're all kind of living remotely and having a different contactless life, when you log on to Amazon, it is not by accident that your buying history powers the very products that they present to you first on that very front homepage. And the thing is, utilities can do the same thing for our customers. We can present rates that are tailored and based off of lifestyle. We can present energy efficiency programs that correspond with the age of house that you have and the kind of lifestyle you lead. We can predict high bills. We can more efficiently route calls to the call center. That the possibilities are really endless if you have artificial intelligence and machine learning coupled with the rich data that exists out there. The 4th factor that you need to consider as we go through this is just the voice recognition and bots, robots. You know, it was just, about 5-6 years ago that some of the more trailblazers or the bots that are more known kind of appeared in this area. You know them: Apple's Siri, Google's Assistant. What you might not know is that as we sit here today, Apple's Siri has a human equivalent IQ of 30, and Google's Assistant is just under 50, and they're getting better every single year. And these voice recognition and bots can be used. They have implications for our IVR. They have implications for how we handle routine transactions like paying a bill or routine inquiries about bills, how we make payment arrangements. And again, the list goes on and on. So our strategy will absolutely encompass voice recognition and robots or bots, and will help redefine online and digital self-service, as well as our overall strategy is going to have to embrace that. 5th factor is video. Look, people like to have things explained. It is so much easier than reading and comprehending and trying to act while you're doing those things. I bet most people here at this point have had, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's posted on a company's website, or some of you avant-garde folks who might have TikTok accounts have looked at an instructional video rather than trying to read through instructions. And if this group of folks has looked at videos to try and get instructions or information, it is certainly something that the vast majority of our customers are interested in and is only gaining momentum every day. And then finally, the last factor and force that is out there that we really need to talk about is omni-channel interactions. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means an integrated and seamless customer experience, regardless how you are engaging with a company, regardless what channel you're using, whether it's a phone call to a human being, whether it is a social media account, whether it's an authenticated portal. When this is done well, there are a couple of key factors. First of all, you can interact over multiple platforms simultaneously. And second of all, you won't see a difference in the quality or the ability to get service depending on the channels that you pick. One of the big things, though, for utilities to consider in this area is kind of something that goes against an old utility adage, which is you try and be all things to all people. For us, we believe that omni-channel interaction and doing it really, really well doesn't mean engaging in every single possible channel. It means knowing where our customers want to transact business with us, knowing how they want to get in touch with us, and making sure that those channels are tier one, that those channels talk to each other, and that those channels achieve what customers want when they interact with Evergy. This is just an industry, this applies to every industry. It is an industry rule of thumb, but 80% of customer interactions generally can be found across about 20% of the engagement platforms that it operates. And if you look at really tier one companies that are kind of defining what good omni-channel interactions look like, then they really do limit how they interact with customers, but do a fabulous job doing it. For example, we'll go right back to Amazon and to Apple. Their focus is not call centers, and yet Amazon does 600,000 times more transactions in a year than Evergy does. You would almost be impossible to easily find a call center for them. Why? Because they have chat, they have messaging, they have IVR that's exceptional. They have a whole bunch of channels, including their website, their primary platform, and their primary app that are so good at handling and getting to, in a personal, customizable way, what customers want, that they don't have to have their call center, except for situations where you can't deal with it online, or you can't deal with it with a digital solution. I'm not suggesting in any way that Amazon and Apple would be the model that Evergy would use. What I am suggesting, though, is that there are some very clear lessons that we can take from that and apply to a utility context. And that's exactly what we're engaging in from an STP customer perspective. So let's go ahead and go to the seventh slide. We'll talk a little bit about STP customer guideposts. So we actually started the customer strategy for Evergy as a combined company prior to engaging with BCG and prior to the advent of the STP. And one of the things we'll talk about as we go through this is that, what we found is that in very real respect, where we were headed from a customer standpoint was very consistent with what BCG found. And so the STP and our customer strategy melded together in really a very seamless way. But when we started out, we got the team together and we talked about what should be the guideposts that would focus our work and what were the things that we wanted to see happen from a strategic perspective. And so there are really four strategic guideposts. And I want to talk a little bit about each of them here today. The first is that we need to create steady improvement in customer service. Now, what does that mean? Well, our vision, as I talked about earlier, has to anticipate a true omni-channel customer service platform. But unlike how we've done it in the past, and Customer Forward, which is our CCMB, CIS, MDM, it's all of our meter to cash and billing customer service platform consolidation that we just launched on Monday of this week. And we will talk a little bit about that in a bit. Unlike that was a 28-month project. And so the benefits that customers are going to start seeing or started to see on Monday and will continue all the way through this year as we really ramp up and start to execute on the value proposition of Customer Forward. Those were improvements. Those were things that you had to wait 28 months for. That's just too long. If you think about your iPhone, everybody has an iPhone or has a Google Android or has a Samsung phone. I got mine right here. It's silenced, so it doesn't distract me. But when I woke up this morning, there were 17 updates to the 120 or so applications that run on this phone. And so customers, they don't wait. We don't wait for like we used to do when Microsoft first introduced Windows. When Microsoft first introduced Windows in around 1985, it was a year and a half or 2 years until any significant update was done to it. And still those operating platforms, the bigger platforms, which would be analogous to our CCMB or our CIS systems, those still are longer in developing. But everything else that customers interact with, the customer-facing applications and the benefits that come with them, we are now as a society used to the fact that every day or so, there's 5, 6, 12 that we update. And so one of the guideposts that we wanted to have for a customer strategy is not to be so static, not to be so long-term, not to have huge capital projects that are over a multi-year time period, but to drive toward that true omni-channel experience and increase digital self-service and increase the benefits that people would see, but to do it much more quickly and much more collaboratively and have some flexibility in our implementation. Again, going back to that TikTok example, probably nobody in this room would have said, this virtual room would have said, we needed to have a presence on TikTok 2 years ago. 6 months from now, we might have a different perspective. If you're doing it in big, long capital projects, it's very hard to change course. So the first thing is steady improvement that comes in 2, 4, 6, 8-week increments, that it's flexible as we move to that destination of a true omni-channel customer service and interaction. The second thing that we had as a guidepost is, again, an old utility adage is, in order to enhance something, you have got to spend money and increase your operational costs. We don't believe that that's the case. We believe that automation, digitization, which all drive cost out of the business, when done correctly, also add some of the most key and fundamental customer enhancements that people want to see from a modern company or a modern utility. And so the second guidepost that we have is that we can do this, and through strategic capital investment, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit, we can actually reduce our O&M over the long haul while simultaneously improving customer experience, and using a portion of those savings perhaps to reprioritize or to fund some of the investments that we're going to make, and also to help reduce or mitigate the impacts of that investment. The third guidepost was beneficial revenue growth. Well, what does that mean? Well, I've got some examples to maybe talk about that make that a little clearer. For example, an online marketplace. Now, a lot of people go and get LED light bulbs from Amazon, or you might get a Nest or an Ecobee thermostat from another online vendor. And certainly there is a very robust marketplace for procuring online goods. But when you are a customer and you're looking at energy efficiency, or you're looking at distributed generation, or you're looking to understand more about electric vehicles, there is a moment in time where you have a customer's attention captured, and the most seamless and the least barrier to a transaction is having it occur right at that moment. And so having an online marketplace is just one example of some place where we might be able to grow non-traditional utility revenue and have that go back to support and or to offset utility rates, that it can subsidize our O&M from something that's a natural progression and something that customers would like to see. But it's also things like performance-based revenue. So for example, in Missouri, we have energy efficiency programs, and those energy efficiency programs are all recovered and are all and have performance incentives associated with doing a really good job with customers on energy efficiency, both the savings aspect from an energy perspective, as well as how the customers feel about those energy efficiency programs and are engaged. And so again, that is non-traditional rate-based or cost-based revenue that is tied to something else that creates a tangible value for customers. And so we want to look at as many of those areas as we can. And honestly, there's a ton of different places that we would like to explore. Everything from modernizing our rate structures, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, to electric vehicles. The list really goes on, but can be done in a way that is beneficial to the cost structure of the utility as it exists today. And then finally, targeted capital investment. The way you get from here to there is to make targeted investments in things that both deliver value, some of the programs and services we talked about a little earlier, as well as reduce operations and maintenance expense and maximize core utility platform investments that we've already made, like the deployment of AMI across our combined service territories, as well as more recently customer forward and our customer information systems. By really investing in a strategic way in end use, we can maximize those investments and really bring increased benefits to customers. Let's go ahead and go to the next page. So I said one of the things that we were going to do is talk about our near-term strategic priorities. Here they are. And first of all, we launched Customer Forward on Monday. As of today, I think of this morning, we had 80,000 bills that have been produced and sent out inside all of the tolerances that we would expect for something like that. We're still verifying that, and we're going to go to paper bills next. Those were all electronic bills last night. But the bottom line is, one of the strategic priorities for 2021 is going to be continuing the successful implementation that started on Monday of Customer Forward. This is a project that's on time, it's on budget, but more importantly, as we go through shaking out anything that happens post-launch, really establishing a solid platform with which to build everything else on is a clear and first priority for Evergy in 2021. The second thing is, as I mentioned, and again, we'll go into more detail later, so on this, I'm not going to belabor this now, but we are currently organized as a typical utility would be, meaning we have IT over here, we have the business over here, we collaborate on big long-term projects, and that has worked when that is what, how we are operating. We're going to significantly realign both our relationship with IT and how we're organized internally to the customer and community solutions team. So that is a lot more cross-functional, so that we focus on handoffs that occur between different departments, but all on one platform. And so that we can really put a focus area on really two things, maybe two or three things. One, we need to streamline how we support it to make it more cost effective. Secondly, as I mentioned, we'd like to have rapid and flexible deployment of benefits. And the third thing is, we really would like to be able to significantly and in the near term increase automation and digitalization and customer self-service in some key areas. And again, we'll talk about this a little more in the future. First out of the gate for customer experience enhancements, they're listed here. I'm not going to belabor any of these because we'll talk about them a little more, but it is self-service and account management. right out of the gate, those are the first kind of basic building blocks that we have to focus on. As we get a little later into the year, we're going to have electrification dockets filed in both Kansas and Missouri, and we're going to look at rate modernization. And again, that is an area where we really want and look forward to working with stakeholders to really take a look at our rate structure and bring that to focus this year. Now, there probably won't be a lot of rate changes that happen this year, but proactively addressing this and some of the factors that are driving customer desires to have different, more modern rates, that's a conversation that we are going to kick off this year. Again, we talked about electrification. That's a docket we'll be starting and having a lot of engagement around. And then finally, we have seen a lot of success in Missouri around energy efficiency. We're actually in our third phase of that in Missouri. It's almost 10 years that we've had those programs. In Kansas, we would love to work with stakeholders and see a way through to advancing energy efficiency programs in 2021. We believe that there's a path. We believe that hopefully working with stakeholders and commission staff and the commission, there may be some steps or some baby steps we could take in that area. If not, one of the things that we'll be talking about is, perhaps do we need to do something from an enabling legislation perspective in future years to help forward that as a priority. So if you want to talk about 2021 and where we'll be spending our time, these are the concentration areas that you'll expect to hear from us on and where a lot of engagement will occur. Go to the next slide. So I mentioned that Customer Forward just launched on Monday. I think we all here breathed a collective sigh of relief. We still have our fingers crossed, but it went really well so far. And so I thought I'd just take a couple of seconds here and talk about, just exactly what does that mean for customers? Because there's some benefits right out of the gate to legacy KCP&L customers as well as legacy Westar customers, because this was a consolidation of our customer information and billing and metering systems. The first thing is we've got brand new portals for residential and business customers. That includes large customers over on the Evergy Kansas Central side. And that also includes portals for assistance agencies and people trying to access energy assistance. So I think that's a key improvement that as we greenlight and bring forward customer forward will be a benefit for Evergy Kansas Central customers. It's also for the first time we will have very easy to manage multiple customer accounts. On the legacy KCP&L side, there's a lot of benefits that are going to be greenlit with Customer Forward as well. We're enhancing our customer alerts and notifications. We're going to look very quickly as a fast follow to include better outage notification and alerts and reporting. Now, for the first time, small commercial customers will have the ability to pay by credit card, and then also with AMI and finishing its deployment, customers being able to see real time when they make payments and being able to connect them quicker. We're also giving Kansas Evergy Metro a move to what central customers are already used to, which is a much more sophisticated and automated telephone system. All that occurs as a result of Customer Forward in 2021. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned, I started to give a little preview, but there are some bolt-ons to Customer Forward, some things that now, because we have a consolidated system and because it is mated up with improvements to AMI and our metering system, there are some very near-term customer experience initiatives that you will see as well. I already mentioned outage communication. We're going to continue to enhance in the vein of rapid deployment, some additional enhancements to our portals and online self-service. We are focusing considerably on data analytics and how to better use our data to drive customer value added solutions. And then, of course, right out of the gate, we're going to be turning to a consolidated bill design. And the real focus there is going to be on simplification for customers. Now, I think that's just the first step. When we talk about a more modern rate structure, remember that simplifying driver, and we'll come back to that again. So let's go ahead, and I think we'll go to slide 12, if that's okay. So you've heard me talk a lot this morning about what our vision for the future of customer experience is at Evergy. And one of the things that I have mentioned repeatedly is this notion of a channel optimized and an integrated omni-channel customer experience. And so I thought we'd take just a little bit of time to talk about what does that mean to us and where are we currently on that path. You know, it used to be that customers interacted by mail and they interacted by telephone. And of course, now over the last 10 or 15 years, we've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort moving customers to paperless billing, online transactions that eventually morphed into online portals, and the sophistication of those portals grew. Where we currently are is, I would say, my assessment is we're somewhere between a blended channel company and a multi-channel company. We have multiple channels, and there is some degree of integration, but in many respects, what you can do and the service levels vary depending on the age and the sophistication of the channel that a customer is operating on. Where we want to get is we want to take all the channels that are a possibility to serve customers and really interact with stakeholders and customers to understand where are the channels, what's the right channel, the right place at the right time to provide the most automated and self-service customer experience we can, so that we can take folks in the billing, in our billing services, we can take folks in metering, and we can take folks in our contact centers and reserve them for places where you really need some kind of a human interaction, and humans can add value to the transaction. One of the things that I think about more than anything else is, like most of you, I'm super busy during the day. And so most of my household business takes place somewhere between 5 o'clock at night and midnight when I generally head to bed. And one of the things that I really appreciate about many of the service providers that I have is that they all have something that I can progress on simple transactions with them through a whole host of what I would call typical kind of routine transactions. I'll tell you, I actually had some great experience with the state of Kansas last night at about 9 or 10 o'clock, and also shockingly, the federal government, when I was in the mail yesterday, I got a notification from the Kansas Department of Labor that they were looking into granting me my pandemic unemployment benefit, which came as quite a shock because the last I checked, I was gainfully employed. So after talking to our new CEO and ensuring that there wasn't something I didn't know, I thought, well, that probably means somebody has my social security number and there's some identity theft that's going on here. For anybody who's gone through that, that is an extremely stressful thing to contemplate. And so I did what I think any normal consumer would do. Is I had a problem. It was creating me stress, and I got online immediately with the Kansas Department of Labor to see if I could do something about it. And what do you know? I could self-serve myself. I could report it. I could start a case number. I could, as soon as I did that, I got a confirmation email who said, given the type of claim that's been submitted, here are the steps you need to go through with us, and here are the steps you need to go through with other entities to protect your identity. It contained links There were two of the entities I ended up interacting with last night that had instructional videos, less than a minute, not on TikTok, but instructional videos. And I walked away from that interaction, something that was a very stressful situation, thinking, man, I mean, Kansas did a pretty good job on that, and it alleviated a lot of my stress. So when we talk about omni-channel, that's what we're talking about. And then this morning, I didn't. I'm here talking with you all, but my wife actually called the Kansas Department of Labor, and guess what? They had all the information and all the things that I'd done before. It was assigned to a case file right there. They knew everything that was going on, and so she didn't have to re-explain what had happened for 20 minutes. Also, presumably because I don't know, but I don't think that the Kansas Department of Labor probably has a call center even as big as ours. But the wait time to talk to somebody who could help was not that bad. Why? My suspicion is that a lot of people who got those notifications, just like me, could self-serve and transact business at the right time, the right place, and on the right channel, and thereby reduced the stress the next day on the call center. So again, my point is this is the vision of where we're going to go. Now, we don't have a 5-year list. We don't have something to say in 2021, these are the things that we're going to do. In 2022, these are the things we're going to do, largely because it's going to change, but also because that gives us the ability to have a more robust conversation with customers and a more robust conversation with regulators and with stakeholders, and adapt what good looks like over time. At the end of the day, integrated, omni-channel, focusing right channel, right place, right time, that's where we're going. But the journey over the next 5 years is going to be as important as anything else on this slide. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we started developing this vision or this blueprint for what customer and community solutions would look like in advance of BCG and the STP process. And as we did that, we really broke down the vision into really 4 significant things that we had to get a lot better at in order to deliver on this vision of that we were articulating. And I just want to talk a little bit about a couple of those things. First of all, mastering the basics. Part of that is customer forward and the consolidation and the redo of our meter to cash backbone when dealing with customers. No doubt that was the first most important thing that we had to do. But the second thing, as I mentioned, is that all this automation really is maximized and it really is best when it is coupled with data. And just to be very honest, one of the areas that we have to get better at is really understanding where valuable data exists, how to analyze it, and how to tie it back to customer programs. So that is another part of mastering the basics that we'll be tackling. And then finally, and probably more important than anything else is, we're utilities. And so we, as I mentioned before, we naturally track data. We love KPIs, but changing the mindset from just pure benchmarking, kind of individualized KPIs against other utilities, and starting to shift our focus to more what are good outcomes for customers, and developing a culture that says, look, KPIs and metrics in an isolated sense and just measured against other utilities, that perhaps isn't the best way to approach customer and community solutions. Rather, understanding the outcomes that customers want and using data and KPIs to achieve those outcomes quicker and more efficiently, that's where good lies here. And so the first kind of theme, the first part of our blueprint is we really have to master the basics. The second thing that I would talk about is knowing your customers. Again, one of the hallmarks of utility, not just our utility, but utilities all across the United States, has been kind of one size fits all. Anything we have for someone has to be available for everyone. And we're going to try and do everything we can in the field of customer interactions without a lot of thought about where is the real value for customers? What do they want? And so I'm not suggesting that we would change our basic principle that everybody has to have and is entitled to a certain level of customer service and customer satisfaction from their utility. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is that utility customers are beginning to diverge in their simplicity and in their use of our system. Just this year, we've had, and well, not this year, last year and going into this year, we've had considerable conversation around the differences between residential customers who generate solar or are self-generators of power and regular customers who do not. That is only going to accelerate. And the way we deal with customers from a rates perspective, the way we deal with customers from a customer service perspective, and what customers want is going to change. And so being able to accommodate those choices and those lifestyles and differentiate and personalize experience, knowing what those key groups are and how to interact with them from a value-added perspective, that is going to be a huge part of getting to achieving our customer and community solutions vision. Third, easy. Kansas last night was easy for me. It was the very first thing on the homepage for the Department of Labor was, if you think you've been a victim of fraud or had your identity stolen, here's what you do. Here's where you go. That was super easy. Obviously, I'm still talking about it. I'm not stressed over it because they met me where I needed where I wanted to be, and they made it really, really easy. And so really understanding from an omni-channel perspective, what easy looks like, what are the 3 to 5 key channels, what are the ways and the technologies where customers will want to interact with us, and improving those so it is very easy. It is less time and it is intuitive. That is another core in this blueprint for what community and customer solutions should look like. And then finally, growing the business. Look, I'm going to come back to cost here for a minute. Nobody likes to talk about costs. Everything that we do impacts cost. But one of the things that we can do that is beneficial to our communities, one of the things that we can do that is beneficial to all of our customers, is to concentrate on every way that we can to grow the business. And there are certain areas that are just ripe for community interaction here. One of which is the last non-electrified segment of the world economy, which is transportation. That ought to be something that we focus on. Look, cars and surface vehicles, they are the price line of the electrical grid. By our very nature of when we use them, at least not in COVID times, they are being used when the grid has plenty of generation and transmission and distribution capacity, and they're being charged overnight when there's plenty of capacity. Actually, I got that reversed. They're being, when they're charging, we've got plenty of capacity. When they're being used and not charging, that's some of our more peak time periods where there's constraints. So it just makes sense to lean into that and try and grow the business in a beneficial way. It also makes sense to understand that large businesses and customers, they're all very different from each other. And we should have a very focused approach on bringing them tools, whether it is access to renewables, whether it is different rate structures, whether it's rate discounts, which we worked on in the legislature last year with a lot of the stakeholders that are in this workshop. Those are places where we should be concentrating. And by looking at more modernized rates, by electrifying, by concentrating on economic development, these are ways that we can help mitigate cost increases. These are ways that we can help grow beneficially the business. And again, one of the tenets of our customer and community solutions blueprint. Want to go to the next page? We're going to wrap up here pretty quick. I've been talking for quite a while, and I don't want to bog us down and not have enough time. Well, we'll have enough time, but want to really get to the engagement with stakeholders and the commission. But just
feel free to stop and get a drink of water anytime. It's not easy.
No, I have a whole new admiration for folks who did this before me. It's also really weird not being in the same room and being able to see all the reactions and read the crowd. But hey, we're all adapting, and this is a very good case study for all the things that we're talking about today anyway. So look, going back to a point I made earlier, we started on this customer and community vision well in advance, actually in 2019, well in advance of working on the STP. But one of the very gratifying things that we found is when we brought in and engaged with Boston Consulting Group, our blueprint for what's actually 2025 actually really aligns with some of the core themes that BCG said we needed to work on improving. So their roadmap themes that helped to develop what was possible from a cost and a customer enhancement perspective, they really tie very nicely back with where we were headed, and if anything, have augmented and helped us develop in the near term in 2021 and the beginning of 2022, the places where we're going to immediately be focusing to drive cost and customer experience value. So, that's building core sales, service, and marketing capabilities. That's driving regulated value-added customer solutions. That is our digital and self-service capabilities. And then that's really thinking about how we're organized both to deliver customer service, but as well as to do it as efficiently as possible. And those are the kinds of things that I'll spend just a little bit of time going through here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, and then I'll look forward to questions. So slide 15. So all this slide does is, if you remember our near-term priority initiatives I talked about earlier, all this does is track them back to places that BCG and our engagement with them said would be foundational things that we needed to do. I've talked about all of these things in some capacity, so I'm not gonna go back and rehash them, but this is a very nice visual to say, look, where we are concentrating first aligns with the roadmap that BCG had, aligns with where our vision was, and it is where in 2021 and 2022, we're gonna be spending a significant amount of our time, because this is the first best way to add value for customers and to drive cost out of the business. If you go to slide 16, I think if I had anything to say here, what I would say is we see a really big opportunity to engage with stakeholders and to be proactive versus reactive. The best test case for this is distributed generation and customers who self-generate. We have literally been talking about that in the state of Kansas for 5, 6, 7 years. And as we sit here today, we still haven't found a solution that works for everybody. So I'm not suggesting that it will be easy, but what I am suggesting is if you take a look at the various drivers for why we need to take a look at our rate structure, and then you think about the objectives that we all share as stakeholders to this process, there is a lot of value in starting to talk now about a whole host of different things that we could be doing that would enhance satisfaction and provide choice for customers. What kinds of things am I talking about? Well, time of use rates is one. But I'll touch a third rail of rate making and say, I think that there would be some value in taking a look at things like a subscription rate, a rate where you use data analytics and you look at how a customer uses their energy and what their typical, when their typical use is, and you price something that's flat. The biggest part of the economy, the biggest growth sector of the economy today, and the way all companies are pricing their services is through subscription rates. I think that the statistic was something like $280 billion worth of revenue converted or was added in a subscription rate format in 2020. Maybe it's 2019. I honestly can't remember. My point is, though, that if you think about this from a customer perspective, not necessarily from a staff or an intervener or a utility perspective, we know how complex the system is that ultimately gets reduced to rates. But if you think about it from a customer perspective, they don't care about that. And we're foisting our complexity, the issues that we struggle with, on them. Now, look, I can take this, the bill for this is really simple at this point, right? It's got a charge for access. It's got a charge for all the data I can consume, and it's got taxes. I can explain this. It would, and I can do it in about a minute and a half. I would challenge all of us that if we had to explain electrical bills for any electric company in our jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of the KCC, it's going to take more than a minute, and there'll be different ways to say it, and it's confusing. And so I think as we go forward, we need to look at things like what is simple, what will increase customer satisfaction, what will leverage some of the infrastructure that we've collectively agreed upon and put into rates, things like CIS and AMI. What will enable us to attract business? And I think we need to start to really contemplate the fact that within the big three classes of residential, commercial, and industrial, there are very differently positioned customers, and perhaps having rates that reflect some of their lifestyle or business model is something that would be beneficial to all, and perhaps in a revenue neutral sense create a lot more satisfaction. So that is one of the things that we are looking very much forward to dialoguing with all of you in the coming year, and really thinking about how we can advance this as a customer service enhancement. And let's go to slide 18. So you heard me talk a little bit about reorienting our organization around the ability to more rapidly and more continuously and more flexibly deliver enhancements to customer experience. Where this is just an example. It's not necessarily the way it will end up, but it's getting pretty close to that. The big thing here is, rather than taking a team of people from our IT shop and a team of people from the business and a team of people for operations and saying, okay, you're now no longer part of the teams that you were a part of beforehand. You're representing your teams in a 2-year or a 1-year project. Now we're going to take a step back and say, look, we've got the platforms that we need with the advent of Customer Forward. We need to iterate more quickly. We need to develop teams that are, 6 to 8 people in size, that maybe have some core IT and some core business folks that don't change, that are always looking to drive the next enhancement, the next update to the app, so to speak. But then bring people in and out in a flexible way as we determine the very best next enhancement that we want to make for customers. And the great part about this is that it not only gives us some flexibility, but it also gives some flexibility to stakeholders and to the commission. I can't tell you how many times I have seen in the last 3 or 4 years where we have an IT plan that's laid out. We know where we're going, and there's a docket change or a rate tweak or a rate case or an issue like a change in distributed generation and the way we bill for that and the rate structure. And all of a sudden we have to shelve our very carefully thought out 2 or 3 year prioritization and squeeze other things in. And frequently we come back to the commission and we say, we can't do that in 2 months or 3 months. Can you give us 6 months? Hopefully what this will enable is a model where we're a lot more flexible. And as we see needs develop, we can flexibly alter and move towards those. Again, the vision doesn't change. The vision is still an omni-channel, integrated, rapidly updated customer experience. What will change, though, is the organization behind that, and the journey along the way, hopefully, is a little more adaptable. So the last substantive slide I wanted to address is 19. So if we move there, I'll spend just a little bit here. If you were to ask me in a very tangible sense, what does it mean? What does the STP mean? And what does our customer enhancement roadmap really mean for customers over the next 2 years right now? These are the customer journeys that I would focus on. We need to get a lot better at opening an account and changing an account. We need to get a lot better and a lot more efficient on how we bill. We need to be able to handle what I would call routine bill inquiries. There's probably about 6 to 8 inquiries that make up the bulk of what customers want to discuss with respect to their bill. There is no reason that has to be the most cumbersome way for many people to interact with us, which is simply to get on a phone and talk to a customer service representative. So from a cost perspective, but also from a customer experience perspective, bill inquiries is a place that we are going to spend a lot of time. I'll tell you this probably near term is the thing that excites me the most, and I'm going to drive the hardest on, which is outage management. It is a place that where Legacy Westar was ahead of Legacy KCP&L, but it is a place where Evergy as an entire company needs to really move the ball and move the ball quickly. I'm talking 2021, early 2022, get this up and running and really continue to rapidly enhance it once it is up and running. Why? Because people do not understand why it is they can have a credit card, and if that credit card starts showing transactions at 10 o'clock at night, or if that credit card starts showing transactions at a store that you don't typically shop at, or if there's a flurry of transactions online in a 20-minute time period, people don't understand why that credit card company, with all the endless permutations of spending, can send me a text or an email saying, we're worried about fraud. We're worried about your credit card usage. Could you just kind of click on this link and let us know everything's okay? And then we'll clear these transactions. People don't understand why it is credit card companies can do that. And we still say, call us to report your outage. Now, we can report our outage online, but getting information about that outage still isn't fabulous. We still have significant call volumes. And this is one area where I think as an industry, but in particular Evergy, is just out of step with the rest of customer experience. And we need to rapidly deploy improvements there. And that is on the horizon. And then the final one that is a top focus area. Again, these aren't exhaustive, but these are the tangible places we'll be focusing are the way we aid and help customers manage their usage. That's just significant more visibility into how they're using it and the implications. That's letting them know when a bill is going to be high. And that is also being able to streamline those interactions, both with our call center and online, to provide more information in a timely manner. And if I were to say these are the journeys, or these are the areas that Evergy will be focused on, these would be some of the first 5 out of the gate. And again, they are an enhancement, but it's also things that ultimately drive, I think, what will be sustainable cost reductions and efficiencies. So if we go to 21, this is a summary. It really speaks for itself. The vision is an omni-channel customer experience driven by data and customer preference. We really believe that growing regulated, value-added, and performance-based revenue is really important. We've made hundreds of millions of dollars in investments in systems like AMI and CC&B and customer information. We need to focus on leveraging those and extracting all the value we possibly can. And then finally, an outcomes-based approach where we focus on what meets customer needs, not just isolated metrics and how they stack up to other utilities within our peer group. And that's what I got. And Mr. Fedotin, I'll turn it back over to you at this point, and we can go on from there.
Thank you, Mr. Casely. I think we'll turn it back over to the commissioners to see if they have any questions or comments before we open it up to the interveners. So Chairman French.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Brian. And before I turn to everyone else, I want to just thank Mr. Casely. As I said before, that's not easy talking for an hour and 15 minutes with virtually no human feedback. I think Zoom is an excellent tool, but it can be difficult to present. So you gave us a lot of information, and we're pretty engaging. So thank you for that. You may have also seen me smiling and nodding during your description of the Department of Labor experience. I had a very similar experience a couple weeks ago, and I didn't call the governor to ask if I was still employed, but I did have the same seamless self-service experience at the Kansas Department of Labor. So you're absolutely preaching to the choir.
Disconcerting though, isn't it?
Absolutely. There were a couple moments of panic. So with that though, I will turn to my fellow commissioners. This will be similar to other work studies where I think we'll allow the commissioners to jump in at any time during other folks' questions or at the end of the questioning if they have questions. But I want to turn to the commissioners now to see if they have any initial questions following your presentation. And I'll start with Commissioner Keene.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, I join with our chairman in congratulating you for endurance and thanking you for conveying so much information in a relatively compressed period of time. Really commendable. If we could turn to slide 14, I just have really one overview question I'd like to ask of you if I can. To me, this is the most interesting of all your slides today. And I understand from your overview here that the STP here contemplates a really customer-centric vision, is what I'd say, for what you would hope could be an win-win outcome for the company and its ratepayers. So it strikes me that to succeed or kind of excel in the marketplace, a company, certainly true of Evergy, offering either goods or in your case services, you have to deliver and communicate a meaningful value proposition to the customers. That's what's really critical. And within a different context where in a competitive environment where customers can choose between more than one service provider, I think that means incentivizing customers by providing them with the greatest number of benefits at the lowest possible cost. Little different dynamic here at play with a large utility like Evergy, to be sure. But I think in terms of that value proposition, that it's quite clear to me you're trying to deliver, that you've said that in many different ways this morning and in the previous work studies we've had. I guess boils down to my question would be this: to what extent and in what ways within STP are the internal efficiencies that you're going to realize and the cost reductions that you realize to your operating platform, in which ways are those going to be shared or passed on to customers?
So thanks for the question. I would say a couple of things. First of all, I agree with your thesis wholeheartedly, and several points. One, we are looking for win-win outcomes, and secondly, I think you said meaningful value proposition. I look, if you go back and talk to customers from 2007 to 2017, that's the piece that's missing. Right? We spent billions of dollars to create these retrofits and on transmission lines and on renewable energy and on building a power plant. But at the end of the day, that did not translate to a different value proposition for customers. It was the same thing. And so I think that the key difference with the STP is to really do exactly what you said, which is having people being able to point to tangible things that are different and that are more beneficial and an increased value proposition overall. And I agree wholeheartedly, we don't have competition, but I think the tenets of, greatest amount of benefit for the lowest amount of cost, that is a central thesis for a competitive industry is really a goal that Evergy ought to strive for. So I think really to get to the heart of your question, then really there are a couple key ways that the cost improvements that we realize internally will reflect with customers. And the first is, obviously, when we have a rate case, those cost efficiencies are going to be passed on directly to customers. And hopefully, one of the things that we achieve with this is by really being aggressive on those cost efficiencies. And I think there's a very important thing here to footnote, which is there's two different kinds of cost efficiencies, right? There's cutting service, meaning you don't get as much as you used to get anymore. And then there is really orienting your business around changing the delivery model and the organization to get the same or better and do it more efficiently. Well, that is replete throughout the STP, but it is certainly a focus of our customer aspect as well. And again, every single dollar we can save drops directly to customers in offsetting any capital investment, but then in ongoing O&M once we come in for rate cases. In some situations, in other parts of the STP, those will be more quickly reflected in some of the various riders and trackers. But I think that it's very important to keep a global view of this, which is whatever we put in, we have to work really hard to offset from a cost perspective. And to a significant degree, I think that we are on the right path and have demonstrated, starting with our merger, the ability to do those kinds of things. It's still a muscle we're working on, but it is one that we're getting better at every single day. And so I appreciate and agree with your question.
And likewise, I appreciate your answer. I think it's quite candid and quite specific. I have a couple of other questions I wanted to ask. I think in fairness to all of the many participants we have here and giving them an opportunity to ask questions of you as well, I'll defer those till a later time here, maybe interjecting as we go on through. Once again, thank you very much, Chuck, for your very professional presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Duffy, I think you indicated that you'd like to defer your questioning, but I wanted to give you the opportunity just in case something popped up that you wanted to ask about now.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, thank you, Mr. Kaisley, for your presentation. Very good. I don't need answers now, but I do have some data questions. How often does a customer contact you? I mean, how many times a year, other than paying the bill, does a customer contact you? What percentage of your customers, and I'm talking residential, contact you? And you said there were primarily 6 to 8, I believe, items that they're interested in. I mean, I'm assuming you've gathered data. Where I'm going with this is over the, I don't know how many years I've been a customer here in Topeka or in Wichita, I could probably count on both hands how many times I've contacted the company primarily due to an outage, whether it was a storm or squirrel or who knows what.
Lots of squirrels.
Lots of squirrels. But I can't think, or the couple of times I've moved, I can't think of any other reason why I've ever contacted the company. Burying a line in my backyard. Yes, that was another one. But I would be interested in that data because I do believe most folks pay their bill and you never hear from them except that exchange of a bill and a payment. And so while I appreciate all the different forms, and I think maybe more on the energy efficiency side, this might be important, or wow, you had a really high day yesterday. Were you running that AC or whatever it is? I do think as we look at expenditures, there comes a point where what is the really significant value? It's kind of like this computer I'm talking from. I only use about 8% of what it can do. That's all I need. Maybe other people use a lot more, but I would imagine, and this was something they taught us, most people don't have a clue as to all the functionality of your computer. And because I just use the same thing every day. And I'll leave it at that because I would like some of that data to really kind of reference the costs that are going into this program. And I will tell you, I did receive my bill the other day with the insert, and the insert said, your bill will change your bill that you receive from us will now change it in a 5-day period. You'll receive the date you normally receive it will change in a 5-day period. That's essentially the message I got. And it did say, we apologize for any inconvenience. That was kind of the message I received from the bill insert. So, yeah. Okay, that's all I have. And again, I would just rather have the answers to those questions later on. It may be somebody else. So thank you.
Absolutely. No, it is us, our group, and me, for sure. I know that there were folks feverishly taking notes, and we'll get all that to you. What I would say, Commissioner, is what you point out is exactly the kind of thing that this contemplates, which is right now, one size fits all is not the most cost effective or the most customer experience friendly way to approach this. You don't call because you don't have very many issues. 20% of our customers probably make up 85% plus of our actual phone calls. But there are probably other things where you would interact depending on what kind of a customer you are, if we made it available effectively, efficiently, and you could self-serve that. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. We don't want to spend the money and push to become the most tech savvy. We're not competing with Amazon, but we are competing with the ability to have a really solid customer experience relative to what a customer's expectation are, and some of the and to really maximize some of the platforms that we've invested in, whether it's AMI or CIS. And so we'll get you that information, and I think that's exactly the kind of dialogue that we need to have, and is the value of these workshops and beyond.
The other thing I will admit to some concern about the things done through 2007 through 2017 characterized as an investment. And they were, a lot of them to me, like retrofits, were a one-time investment. Yet the cost continued to escalate during that time period, very steeply. And kind of when you do a project, there comes an end to the project and then it's over and the cost isn't there. And so some of those issues, I think, while this is not what we're talking about really here today, I think are concerning as well as to how that would really play out in the future in real time as this is implemented.
I certainly agree with you, and I think that's why our approach on the STP is fundamentally different, really on two perspectives. One, we are trying to mate capital investment with aggressive cost reductions to help to really help address a growth in rate base and a growth in rates. If you look at that 2007 to 2017 time period, which I think again that's instructive as a comparator to STP, our rate base growth was in excess of 100% over that decade. Whereas with the STP, coupled with, if you take into consideration the cost reductions that we are engaging in and are working towards, if you take into consideration depreciation and towards the end of it, thinking about retiring and the cost ramifications and the rate base ramifications of some of the older fossil fleet, then you're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of a 5 to 6% increase in rate base over that time period, which is dramatically different. And again, that's the first pass at cost reductions. And so we're going to continue to sharpen our pencil there as we go along. But I think your point is incredibly apt.
And while you say it's dramatically different, to me, it is a significant cost increase regardless.
Any cost increase is a significant cost increase.
Thank you.
All right. I think I will reserve most of my questions until after the parties have gone, because they're probably going to help me think of better questions. But I want to ask a couple specific things just for clarification before we move on. As it relates to slide 7, I like slide 7. It's got some good specifics in there. I like the idea of guideposts. But specifically, so on the first column, the second to last bullet point talks about using non-industry benchmarking. Could you just explain a little bit more, what that is and why you'd use it?
Yeah, certainly, and a great question. So it's not that we won't use industry benchmarking. We, of course, will continue to track all the things that utilities track, but should have that available for stakeholders and the commission and to make their own determinations. Really, what that is, it means to say is sometimes we track isolated metrics that gauge performance at a thing, but doesn't necessarily equate to customer satisfaction. So let me give you an example. We handle, or one of the things, and this goes to our quality of service metrics too, from a call center perspective. So we track wait time, we track handle time, and those are ways that we judge our quality of service. But let's just take handle time, for example. We try and drive that down as quickly as possible. But if we could handle routine transactions instead of through the phone, right, which is the most expensive way to handle routine, repeatable transactions. If we could handle them another way, then let's go back to the Department of Labor issue that we both share. You didn't call their call center at 10 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night. That was a better outcome for you. You did not track, or you did not cost as much if you interacted via an online perspective as you did if you would have called in. So those are places where typically what you would say, that are more beneficial to you and less costly for everyone. But if you had called in, then you don't want rushed off the phone. That's not what a good outcome looks like to you. You want to be able to have a rich conversation and get what you have handled. And yet, one of the things that we incentivize people is, let's get through this as quickly as possible. Well, that's because the bulk of the transactions are routine. The bulk of the transactions are handled just like, can you give me this information quickly? And so it's not that we aren't going to track those metrics. It's not that we are not going to look at isolated performance, but as a culture, and particularly around customers, what's the outcome that you want? And how do we effectively and efficiently deliver that?
So I think that is great information. I don't disagree with any of that. I think I was focused a little more on why are we looking at non-industry benchmarking? Why aren't you just looking at performance based on other utility companies? Is there something special about taking a broader look
Yeah,
as a
absolutely.
service company?
Absolutely, and you just kind of hit it. So again, it's not that we're not looking at it. We of course will do that, but it's also to understand that we're not judged when Chairman French judges Evergy. You don't say, well, compared to my other electrical provider, they're better or worse. You might say, and I've said, well, I feel like we do a little bit better job than my gas provider or my telephone provider. In fact, we've had some conversations, internally around, our jokingly that, well, at least there's always the cable company, right? But all that said, and all that aside, the reason is because customer experience isn't the way we engage in it and the way we think about it isn't driven just by utilities. It's in a broader context. So what we expect and what good looks like isn't just a utility. It's what do we get from this? What do we get from a credit card? What is our experience on Amazon? And we've done focus groups. We've actually had people tell us, why can't you do this like insert the company? Now, to Commissioner Duffy's point, we probably don't want to spend the amount of money that Amazon does to provide many of the different functionalities that they do. But if we've got a CIS and an AMI system, and there's somebody that has a good customer-facing application that we can effectively implement and reduce cost and improve the experience and make it more consistent with what people are experiencing in the real world, that's what a home run looks like. But again, if you go back to our guideposts, it's not just spend as much money as we can and get the very best customer experience. It has to be something that improves experience and reduces cost. That's where what good looks like here.
Thanks. We're going to stay on this slide. Just got one more comment and specific question. I want to talk about the third bullet point or third column, the beneficial revenue growth. And let me just say, when you and the other presenters were choosing who was going to present what, you did not choose the short straw. You got the good one. I think it's pretty clear. It's clear that all three commissioners have expressed some concern over, some of the large infrastructure investments that are coming, potential continued rate-based growth, how we're going to achieve, really major O&M savings. But let me just say, the beneficial revenue growth issue to me is a win-win-win. I mean, it's a potential win for the company, potential win for customers, and a potential win for the public interest if it can be executed. I mean, I have no qualms about saying I think it's a real opportunity, and I'm really encouraged to hear you all proactively talking about economic development, beneficial electrification, modernized rate structures. We need to be more proactive in those areas, and so thank you for giving that attention. But there's an expectation that you all will continue to come forward on those items. So that's the comment. The question I have is you talked about something that I thought was an interesting concept of an online marketplace to offset rates, and I guess my question was just I can't quite conceive of what that concept is. And so if you could give me a little more background on, what that potentially would be.
Yeah, absolutely. And appreciate the comments and the question. So look, again, we don't want to be Amazon. There is an online marketplace. It's Amazon. And, There are other companies that are moving into this space, particularly with COVID and some of the life changes that we're all experiencing right now. But this is not to say that we want to compete with Amazon. What it is saying is that, again, getting back to the core functions that customers interact with us on, there are points in time where it makes sense to offer and making an offer would be frictionless. So, for example, and again, this doesn't necessarily apply in Kansas the same way it would in Missouri, but you get online and look at our customizable rebates or our LED light bulb rebates or any of the programs that we have. What do we know about that customer? We know they're engaged. They're taking the time to visit and to read, hopefully watch some videos, maybe on TikTok, about our energy efficiency programs. And then when they're done with that, what do? Well, they've got to go back and figure out, how do I get a Nest thermostat for this program? Or how do I get LED light bulbs, which apparently qualify for some? And so there's those products. And then there's just things that, because you have an assemblage of products, you might put other retailers' products on there. But the point is, you're on our site, you're engaged thinking about energy, and in a very frictionless way, if you can transact and get it in that moment, lots of people will, particularly if you can know that it's price competitive. And so while we're not going to be suggesting that this would be a great place to sell folding chairs or hammocks or something like that, if you're on our site for a specified purpose, then being able to go to a place where you can easily and frictionlessly get products related to why you visited the site in the first place, this is an opportunity for revenue. Now, it's also to support that, we're going to allocate some of our regulated costs to those programs, which means that it's a win-win. We're generating revenue, but we're also offsetting regulated costs. And again, you could get crazy and this could get out of control. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about efficiently and effectively maximizing a platform, a website, some programs, so that people can take a frictionless next choice where it is relevant to why they're visiting in the first place.
I appreciate those comments, because I think there's an obvious concern. We've all seen companies that get outside their lane and outside of what they do, and so clearly there's a concern there. But as I understand it, it is more about matching people to energy opportunities within your existing programs, and so that does make some sense, and that answers the question for me of what is the concept. So very interesting. Well, that is all I have for now. We're about 10 minutes away from noon, and I've been discussing with our pre-hearing officer, Mr. Fedotin. I think what we are going to do right now, because we haven't started the stakeholder questions, I think absent objection, I think we will just take a 30-minute lunch break starting here in the next few minutes. Do that early, and then that way we can come back for stakeholder questions after the lunch break. So I'm pausing to see if there's any any objection to that idea, but seeing none, why don't we all plan to be back at 12:20, and we'll just pick up where we left off. All right, thank you, everyone. We're in recess.
Just watched Lady Gaga sing.
I guess we have a new president now, right?
Yes.
It all happened.
It did.
Good deal. All right. I am showing.
And start. I'll be right back. The doorbell.
I am showing 12:20 here on my clock, and so I'm going to reconvene us following the lunch break. And I think we're ready for stakeholder questions. So I'm going to turn it back over to Brian Fedotin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We're now ready to begin hearing from the interveners. And as a reminder, when you introduce your questioners, please identify them by name and title. Likewise, if there are multiple people responding on behalf of Evergy, if they could also identify themselves. And please reserve any questions or comments that relate to confidential information till the end, and we can do a closed session to address those. We'll be enforcing the 15-minute limit on questions and comments from each party. With that, I think we're ready to begin. Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Fedotin. Our questions today will be asked by Andrea Crane, CURB's consultant in this matter.
Okay, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. I was wondering if the company has conducted any surveys of customers to know what specific customer experiences they desire, and if so, did those surveys include a cost component? Because I know there's been a lot of talk about Amazon, for example, and not only do they have great customer service, but I think it's their low prices that attract a lot of people. So I'm wondering, if the company has surveyed its customers, and have you done that with price in addition to customer service?
Thanks. Good afternoon. Yes, we in an ongoing fashion, we survey customers across and get customer research across a multitude of different mechanisms. With respect to price, we have talked about price sensitivity in various surveys previously. With respect to discrete customer enhancements under this plan, most of them not yet, but again, we contemplate doing more survey work. It's a continual thing, not just surveys, but focus groups and a variety of different things. The other thing I would add is just to go back to the guideposts. Again, we don't aspire to be Amazon, and we're not aspiring to be that really is just a reference point for the art of the possible, and also as a reference point to what customers are experiencing in the ecosystem. But if you go back to our guideposts, one of the central things that we have put out there for this is that not only does it have to enhance customer experience, but that in totality, it has to reduce operations and maintenance. So there may be isolated things that cause incremental O&M costs, but in totality, the guidepost for our enhancements and our strategy overall is that it reduce customer costs and costs associated with what we're doing. And again, many times people think that it's mutually exclusive. You can't get something better and reduce costs. But in this case, just for example, and this is just one example, I'll give you two. Online bill, cheaper than printed and mailed bill. So to the extent that we can move people to that, to the extent that they're aware of that, that is an increase in customer satisfaction generally and a decrease in cost. Call handling a call costs considerably more than a customer logging on to authenticated portal and being able to self-serve their needs. Now, you can't do that with everything, and we're not suggesting that we would be able to do away with the call center completely. Again, that's not the point. The point is, if you can reduce the number of calls that go to the call center on routine things that can be handled in other more cost-effective ways, then just like the example with me and the Department of Labor, I could transact that at 10 o'clock at night with no incremental cost. And in fact, it reduces cost and increases customer experience. So again, going back to the guidepost page, a very important component of this is not just enhancing customer experience and improving customer service, but also in the aggregate, and specifically as much as possible, making sure that these are things that reduce costs for customers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any specific sections of the Boston Consulting Group report that address the capital expenditures and or operating expense impacts of this presentation? Because I know on the other workshops you provided references before the workshop to specific sections of that report, and I don't think you've done that here. And I just want to confirm that and see if you have those references.
So off the top of, I don't want to say dispositively that there aren't places that address discrete capital investment within the BCG report. What I will tell you is that we have a list of prioritized capital projects that we're looking to do over the time period of this. Now, when I say prioritize, that's to say that that's our current stack and our current vision today. The whole point of having a more flexible, more adaptable, kind of agile organization is that will necessarily change, and it will change based on what customers say they need, orders from the commission, as well as where we find we can add more value from a cost perspective. And that priority list actually was started prior to BCG and will continue past BCG's involvement. So we do have a capital view, but what BCG has done is they have validated that these projects and this priority list that we have, they have validated where they think there are opportunities for savings and customer improvement. And again, those areas of focus, which are in the BCG report in multiple places, are around metering operations, our customer operations today, specifically the call center, contact center optimization, and then moving as many things as we can away from manual to digital. And I see Mr. Ives has popped on here. You may have something else you would like to say, Darren?
Yes, Darren Ives, Evergy. Andrea, good afternoon.
Hi, Darren.
Hey, just real quick, I mean, there is a presentation in the BCG materials on customer digital transformation that dovetails quite a bit with what Chuck's talking about today. And there's also a presentation in there on Evergy IT that may have some of the IT projects in place that would be contemplated for this.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move down to page 7 of your presentation, and specifically the discussion in the steady improvement in customer experience block, where you talk about, I know we've talked about this non-industry benchmarking, but I guess I have a question really more on outcome-based KPIs and metrics. And was wondering, are you envisioning any changes in either your compensation, your compensation programs to change the metrics that you use for your incentive compensation? And then I have a broader question. Are you anticipating any changes in your entire sort of regulatory paradigm at some point, going towards a more performance-based approach in concert with the change or looking at the outcome-based KPIs?
Sure. So I'll address the first aspect of your question, then the second. So from a performance perspective, yes, we will track both at a company level as well as a divisional and department level goals under the STP and this plan. They're not completely baked yet, and I would imagine some will change over time based on the projects and the things that we are working on. an overall compensation structure perspective, I don't think there's any significant change planned in the mechanism for doing that. More the KPIs and the metrics that we look at. And again, there's a corporate level, there's a division level, and in many cases there's department levels. And that's not static. There will be some that we will look at over the balance of the STP. And then there will some that will be more project and annual based metrics that we'll develop along the way. I think the biggest thing from that, though, that we want to make sure we talk about is I don't want to just look at isolated metrics. I don't think that's the best way to gauge whether you're actually achieving some of these goals. Again, getting back to the conversation I had with Chairman French, there's a difference between a quality call and a call handled quickly. And there are pros and cons to that. And so if you start thinking about the outcomes that customers want and that you want as a company, and not just looking at backward looking isolated metrics, I think there's some opportunity for improvement there. Now, do I have an exhaustive list of those today? No, that's something that that is a muscle we're going to have to work at and get better at. And I imagine will evolve somewhat over time. The second question, your context was on performance-based rate making, I think. And look, in general, Evergy has supported the notion of looking at performance-based rates. In Missouri, for example, we actually helped draft and work for several years on performance-based rate making. I think there's really two ways you can look at that. You can look at it as changing the regulatory model in total, which is a huge lift with lots of different perspectives. And is very difficult to kind of get done. We know that firsthand from Missouri. But I think the other way you can look at performance-based rate making is where you have discrete programs or emerging types of technology. I think there's an opportunity to say, look, this falls outside of what we traditionally think of as cost-based and investment-based rate making. Perhaps there's a different way to do it. And in doing it that way, we are able to more readily and speedily incentivize the results we want. Again, I would give energy efficiency as a primary example of that and the way that it works in Missouri. There's an authorized budget for it. There are metrics that are tracked over a multi-year time period and also in aggregate. Dollars spent are trued up on an annual, a couple times a year basis. And at the end, you look at that not only have you looked at recovery, but what the company is entitled to earn is based on a set of known metrics up front that everybody agrees to going in what good looks like. And if the company does a good job and if customers are satisfied, there's an incentive for that. If they don't, there is risk at that. And so I think there's an opportunity in some of these emerging technological areas and maybe around the edges without having to, so to speak, redo the entire way we do rates to look at some of those things. And I think those are meaningful conversations to have with stakeholders. That said, if there was a clamor to take a look at a comprehensive performance-based rate making, at the state capitol, which is probably what it would take, it would probably take legislation. That's certainly a conversation we would be, we would welcome and probably have some ideas from previous conversations about it.
Okay, thank you. Moving to page 9, you have a bullet there that the Kansas Metro customers will move to Kansas Central's automated telephone system in 2021. My question there was, what impact, if any, would that have on employees? Would that involve shutting down one facility that you currently have, or?
No. So in the near term, the impact to employees will be minimal. But what we are trying to do is move to one universal kind of call center. And if you think about really this, there are not very many positive, if anything positive about the pandemic that we're currently going through. But one of the things that it has done is make companies, including Evergy, stretch our legs from a technological perspective. Right now, 85 to 90% of our call center reps, whether they're located in our Raytown facility normally or our Wichita facility normally, and maybe even more than that, maybe we're in the middle 90% now, are deployed remotely and from home. It's the safest way for them to do it, but we are in this environment, but we've also seen considerable productivity improvements as a result of that. If you take a look at that model, remote call center, then you say the next big improvement that you'd like to see is a consolidated customer information system, a consolidated IVR, and for whether you're a legacy Westar or a legacy KCP&L employee, if you have consolidated systems, consolidated bills, and the proper technology to be able to move to a place where it's not Wichita serving Kansas Central and Raytown serving Kansas Metro and everything in Missouri, but it's an aggregation of those employees, all remotely, all handling calls in aggregate. And through that, over time, yes, we will be able to achieve some efficiencies that would be a reduction in call center personnel overall. And that will be the nature of, when we digitize and automate things, you will see that. But I don't contemplate, there's nothing in the STP that contemplates the shuttering of a call center within that time frame or some immediate significant reduction.
Okay, great. My time is getting short, so I'm going to start combining. I'll combine two questions into my last one, and that's on page 13 under Align Our Core Strengths. And there were two bullet points there that I'd like you to talk a little bit more about. One is partner enablement, and I'm wondering specifically what type of partnerships you're envisioning and which partners you might be thinking about. And then also the bullet increase non-regulated revenue. What specifically are you envisioning there? And are you envisioning using your partners to actually increase that non-regulated revenue?
The answer is yes, and also some examples. So you talked about partner enablement. I'll give you what one of my favorite is right now, which is in both Kansas and in Missouri. When it comes to low income heating and energy assistance, those funds are typically handed out in a block grant fashion, and in many respects, those who get them and the amount utilized is determined on a first come first served basis. And so if you have a disaggregated system, for example, where the agencies that are administering that, and it's different between Kansas and Missouri, but it's agency delivered, are disaggregated from the utility, and they both have processes, and there's a lot of handoff between the two of them. It can be a cumbersome process, it can be a slow process, and from our perspective, it not only sub-optimizes and frustrates customers, but it also does not enable us to maximize access to those funds. On the other hand, if you have a partnership with one of those key agencies and they are allowed to link with your customer information system through a portal, and they are able to transact and do things on their system that doesn't require them transferring it back over to you, then you've got a better process. You're more agile and you're more effective, which means you'll get more people, more help more quickly. That aligns with these agencies' goals. It aligns with our goals. It's beneficial to the balance of ratepayers for Evergy. It's really a win-win solution. So there's an example of being able to enable a partner. Could be as simple as property management companies being able to go in and use an authenticated portal to manage, tens, if not hundreds of different individual accounts. again, it's a cheaper, more efficient process for us. That's good for customers. It's good for our internal employees, but it's also these property management entities. It's also a key benefit for them. Really, this could be extreme. I mean, we could give probably many examples, and perhaps something we'd like to delve into in more detail in another setting. Something where we'd absolutely take ideas of other partners that we think would be good to enable. Yes, on the non-regulated side, I could conceive of a partner enablement. I think first and foremostly of something like Nest or an Ecobee and programmable thermostats. That kind of gets back to the conversation that Chairman French and I were having, which is, so this online marketplace, what is it? Well, this is an example of something that would be non-regulated revenue. It's not under the tariffs of or the certificated services that we provide, but it would have the impact of adding revenue. That's good for us. It would have the impact of allocating a certain amount of regulated resources back to a non-regulated activity. It is anticipatable from a it ties with a nexus back to what we do. And so that would be an example of a non-regulated product or service. There's others, and there haven't been hard and firm decisions about any of them. Again, we're going to look at the marketplace, the potential, how closely it is aligned with what it is we do already. Again, we're not going to sell folding chairs, and so that would be an example.
Okay, with that, I thank you, and I think my time is probably up. I'd like to continue the conversation, but I do think my time is up, so
Be
thank
happy
you
to
very
talk
much.
anytime, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barnett for Climate and Energy Project.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Chuck, for this presentation. As Climate and Energy Project, with our mission and concern for decarbonization, we hope that the changes to the customer experience that you've discussed today will make it easier for customers to access both energy efficiency and self-generation as we move to a decarbonized electricity system. So thanks for touching on that. I'm curious to hear more about beneficial electrification in buildings and where you see the current Senate Bill 24 fitting into those plans as one of my questions.
Refresh my memory about Senate Bill 24. I don't have those things memorized by number, unfortunately.
Sure. It would limit cities' ability to choose beneficial electrification because it doesn't allow them to forego gas in new buildings after a certain time period.
Okay, and sorry, what was your other question, Dorothy?
I wanted to see if you could clarify what you see for Kia in 2021. And then I have a couple of other brief questions, but I think if we could start with those two, that would be helpful.
Sure, absolutely. So, as I mentioned in my remarks, we see a great deal of value in energy efficiency. We have very direct, very firsthand knowledge of the benefits and how customers have reacted to those programs in Missouri now for almost a decade. And while it is true that investments in energy efficiency are like any other investment, they are they raise rates. What we have found is, and in Missouri, you have to pass a cost benefit analysis that means there has to be more benefits for customers, both individually and, participants and non-participants for the programs to pass muster. And so we would love to implement a set of programs in Kansas that are like we do in Missouri. This is and clearly have authorized legislation for that under Kia. I think the real rub here is in how you calculate those benefits versus the costs. And I think it is also size and scope of programs and things of that nature. And as you know, we've made several filings in the past that haven't been approved in a way that we would want to move forward with those programs in Kansas. And we've also contemplated additional legislation. I would say clarifying legislation. I would say those things are still on the table. I think what we would like to do is just a recognition that over time, the commission staff and commissioners change. And I would say that we would be very interested in having a conversation with stakeholders this year about what might be possible in a filing for energy efficiency. We really value the constructive relationship that we have had, in particular with staff and with CURB and with you all on this. There are diverging opinions about what good looks like, but perhaps there is some common ground in a smaller or more restricted filing, and we could make some incremental progress, and we could prove up the value of this on a more restricted basis, rather than having to go and try and figure out how we change the law from a legislative perspective. We're not against that. We would absolutely do that if the collective wisdom of this group assembled here today said that that was something we should do. But maybe there's some common ground that we can find. And I know in particular, over the last year, the end of last year, staff has done a lot of good work on this in partnership with Wichita State University and others. And we'll be very interested to see what that says and where that leads us. And again, we think a conversation and perhaps a filing could be imminent, but we want to make sure that we're very respectful of divergent viewpoints on this and get it right.
Thanks for that. We would love to continue that conversation and are also excited to hear what the commission has found out from their WSU information. Turning to a little bit different tactic, as you talked about your online marketplace, I was curious if you all had discussions about opportunities to sell batteries to people who already have rooftop solar installed. If that's something that could be a part of an online marketplace system, or if you have intention or are interested in entering into the rooftop solar business as a way to add value to customers.
So great questions. First of all, we see a ton of value in solar, and in particular, as I'm sure you're aware, and others to this are, as we've been progressing in our IRP over the last year and months, it is many permutations of that IRP are showing utility scale solar as having a lot of properties that would be significant and beneficial for customers. So in general, we like solar. And in general, we like solar from when it generates and corresponds more readily to our peak load and our peak demand than wind does. And so in many ways, it's a very complementary renewable resource. So in general, we have a lot of favorable feelings around solar. Many people don't know this, but we actually have a non-regulated solar company at Evergy. And we have done, starting back in, I think, 2011 or 2012, and this would have been on legacy KCP&L, primarily on the Missouri side, but we did do some work on the Kansas side as well, where we installed rooftop solar. Now, the majority of that was done on commercial and industrial properties, and those were limited to about 25 kilowatts in size and scope. But we have many Evergy solar systems out there. Now, that has not been a primary focus. It is really more of a reaction towards a couple of problems that commercial customers and industrial customers had in that space, which is they wanted to do solar, but they couldn't find necessarily suppliers that matched some of the requirements that they had from a financial standpoint or a balance sheet or a tenure in business perspective. So it wasn't something that we went out and aggressively marketed, and we do like the fact that there is a growing and vibrant solar business in both Missouri and Kansas. Having said that, though, if we're going to be doing solar at a utility level, if we have some of the capability from a design and storage and supply chain perspective to do non-regulated solar, it's something we'll probably continue to evaluate, as a potential place in the marketplace that we could play. And then we also have, under we have another entity in Kansas that focuses on solar as one of the products they sell. Again, this is non-regulated to municipal and other customers like that. So we like it across many different formats. We think that it is something that we're just going to see more of over the coming years. And while our strategy is not completely baked in this point, I think you can rely upon the fact that we will be engaged in this industry significantly and trying to do where customers have needs that they want met.
Great. I guess the last question is particularly valuable on a day like today. How much does the new administration impact your conversations around the flexibility needed in your near-term STP plan? Can you talk a little bit about, your crystal ball and what it says in that regard?
Well, my crystal ball, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, things change so quickly today. Who knows? I never would have thought I'd have a TikTok account even 6 months ago, and I find that app fascinating. So I don't know what my crystal ball is worth, but here's what I will tell you about the administration. I think there are things that this administration is going to do that we see as productive and supportive of what our ultimate efforts are going to be around reducing our carbon footprint and becoming more sustainable over time. But notwithstanding the administration, sustainability, carbon footprint, those things are things that if you take the politics and the policy out of it, the business community and the financial community has already largely resolved that issue, in that it's harder to get insurance if you have a significant carbon footprint. It's harder to get bonding and other financial instruments if you have a significant and unmitigated carbon footprint. So notwithstanding policies, whether it's cap and trade, whether it's a tax, whether it's limitations, whether it's executive rule or legislation, from a health perspective for our customers, from a sustainability perspective and a value proposition that they very much articulate is important to them, and that just from a pure business risk perspective, decarbonizing and working towards a more sustainable footprint is something that's going to be a focus of ours clearly over the next 10 to 15 years.
Thank you for your time and appreciate those comments.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Brian, I might just jump in as an add-on to that last question. And I don't know if this is a question for Chuck. This may be a question for Greg or Darren. But I noticed yesterday, in the same line of a changing administration, yesterday we had a court case, federal court overturning the Trump administration's replacement for the Clean Power Plan. And as I read that decision, it struck me that it sort of sets up a Clean Power Plan 2.0, or at least opens the door for that. And do you feel that, one, are you all having, I assume you're having conversations around being ready to respond if that rule is replaced? And do you feel the STP has you prepared and flexible enough to respond, whatever rule comes down the pike?
Yeah, so I would say a thing or two, and then looks like Mr. Ives has something he'd like to say as well. The upshot, again, is this was a path that we were determined to be on and saw the strategic, financial, and customer benefit, notwithstanding the Clean Power Plan or anything else. Having said that, I think anytime an administration changes the rules and looks at that, yes, we would want to be involved, and yes, we would want to engage in that process. But I think from a positioning perspective, the fact that we are 50% of our power is delivered, that's delivered to retail customers, is carbon and emission free right now, and that we've started on this process. I think we're well positioned to continue it. But Darren, I would love to have thoughts from you as well.
Yeah, this is Darren, and not a lot to add. Chuck said it well. I think we were on the trajectory to address the Clean Power Plan when it was in place. We continue to kind of be on that path. And the SDP and where we're headed really only strengthens our ability to address new direction from the administration.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Chuck and Darren.
Okay, I think we're ready then for IBEW and Mr. Wood.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation today, but I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Midwest Energy, Ms. Kallenbach. And anyone on for Midwest Energy? Ms. Kallenbach? Okay, KEPCO, Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, Mr. Knudsen. We have a couple of questions and I will turn it over to Kimberly Frank.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Mr. Casely. I just have two questions and perhaps even just one. We're looking to understand whether Evergy's focus on the customer experience is directed really almost exclusively to your retail customers, with those programs falling under the purview of the KCC.
I would say that the bulk of our efforts are going to be in that area. In other words, our retail customers. I would say that there are some places, whether it's an overall cost structure that is will be helped through the STP and through some of those efforts, or whether it is things like, as I mentioned earlier, we do have an area that has solar that looks at wholesale solar supply to various entities. Those are some areas that might be less focused on retail. I would also say that, again, one of the great parts of this process is the stakeholder dialogue. So, if there are places from a wholesale perspective or other partner perspective that are appropriate from your perspective to discuss, we'd love to add those into the conversation. I know that, in many respects, the conversation that we had earlier about the agencies that enable low income heating and cooling funds. Yes, we sell those agencies power, I guess, but in the context that I was talking, they're really more of non-customer partners that enable something else. And so, again, we'd be very willing to have any dialogue about opportunities that are seen. And indeed, as a customer, probably there's opportunities you see that we don't.
Thank you, Mr. Casely. I think that what I'm hearing is that Evergy would be open to further discussion with perhaps a customer like KEPCO that is a wholesale power customer and also a transmission customer to hear more about whether there are benefits or costs, direct or indirect, through the customer experience that you presented today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No more questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, KIC, and I don't know if it's Mr. Vincent or Mr. Zakora or some combination thereof.
It will be me. Thank you, Jim Zakora. I'd first like to direct the Commission's attention to the statute 66-1287. Okay, and if that could be shared with the group, I'd appreciate it. Now, this provides in pertinent part that the legislature commission 2 rate studies to provide information that may assist future legislative and regulatory efforts to craft forward-looking
Mr. Zakura, we're not yet seeing the statute. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, it just came up.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
May I start over then? The legislature passed on let me start over again. On March 26, 2019, the Senate passed 66-1287 by a vote of 37-1. And the House passed it by a vote of 117-7. And it was signed by Honorable Laura Kelly on April 10th of 2019 and became effective Kansas law on April 18 of 2019. Now, in looking at the pertinent parts, the legislature asked for 2 studies, and they were for one purpose: to provide information that may assist future legislative and regulatory efforts to craft forward-looking electric policy that leads to regionally competitive electric rates and reliable electric service. Would you say, Mr. Casely, that the legislature, by mandate and signed by the governor, has directed the commission's attention to carefully review the costs of any further rate increases in the state of Kansas and to focus on regionally competitive electric rates?
So a couple of things, Mr. Zakura. First of all, good afternoon. Good to see you. It's been a while. The first thing I would say is, would just say that to remind everybody on the call that we supported that legislation and took part in both crafting it and helping it get passed. So I see it as very much as a joint effort between a bunch of different stakeholders with the value that we get a third party, and in this case 2, and LEI and AECOM to come in and take a look at areas that all the stakeholders on this group and staff and the commission have worked on for many, many years and get an outside perspective. So I think that was absolutely fabulous. Second, with respect to the question about the mandate, I think notwithstanding this legislation and for the entirety and the duration of the commission's existence, they have been empowered and instructed to very closely look at all components of rate making and to make sure that what is done is prudent and to the benefit of customers and that all interests are balanced. And I don't think anything in this legislation changes that at all. Thirdly, with respect to competitive rates and your question there, I would say that yes, one of the things that the study was directed to do, and I'm sure that commission staff and commissioners have read those studies just like we have, is to look at both regionally competitive rates as one very important thing, and also reliable electrical service. Which in my presentation, I acknowledged both of those things in tandem are things that are very, very important to customers. What I would say though, is that I think it would be a mistake just to concentrate on a phrase, regionally competitive electric rates, because from a customer perspective, from our customers' perspective, that is really only half of the conversation. And in many cases, reliability is as important or more important than the kilowatt hour rate that they are charged. Having said that, I think there is no question whatsoever that there is an absolute sensitivity to and attention that needs to be paid to rates and what happens to rates. As Commissioner Duffy pointed out earlier, there is no such thing as a small or insignificant rate increase. And so I think that, again, it's completely within the purview of the commission to consider those things, and something that in constructing the SDP, we were very conscious of, and I think have done a good job, although we're always looking to have input from folks at addressing those concerns.
Let me direct your attention to a document that actually you prepared, and it's called Evergy Average Price Comparison. Could I ask that please be put on the screen? Now, I say you prepared it. That was a little bit of an overstatement. You made the presentation to the board of directors on December 18 of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 4 of today's program, you actually say in the middle that the STP provides regionally competitive rates, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then when you look at the the schedule that's put on the screen, it has regional peers. And the regional peers are listed as Oklahoma Gas and Electric, which would be Oklahoma City, Evergy, Arkansas, which is Little Rock, Mid-America Energy, which is Des Moines, and Public Service Company of Oklahoma, which is Tulsa. Is that correct? And there's a regional peers.
Yes, these are a bunch of peers in our region, correct?
Okay. Now, what you do in this exhibit is compare 2007 to 2018, and then you have in the third segment as of July of 18. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, let me ask you a question about just the background of this document. Did the board of directors of Evergy request that you prepare this document, or did you prepare it as information that you felt they needed to know?
I don't think it's that binary, Mr. Zakura. I think if I remember correctly, and it's been over a year, so the genesis. So we as a management team, in concert with the board, specifically the chairman and the heads of the various committees, put together the agenda. And so I know that there was significant interest on rates from a board perspective and where we stand regionally and competitively. But I also know that that's a concern that's shared by management. And one of the key factors in the consideration of the STP. And so I wouldn't say it was either. It was probably both had a significant focus on this.
Could I ask, please, that the next exhibit be put up, which is with the markings at the bottom of this same exhibit? Now, can that be made any bigger? Or let me just say, on the residential side, and these are calculations that I made, okay? They're not calculations that Mr. Casely made. On the residential side, Oklahoma City has a 42.7% lower residential rate, Evergy, Arkansas, 37.7%, Mid-America 29.6%, and so on. And then on the right side, it speaks to the industrial. Okay. Now,
Mr. Zakura, can I just ask for context? Where are these documents produced in discovery in this proceeding? Are these board materials from the consideration of the STP? Just for some context of what we're looking at.
They were produced by Evergy, Chair Branch. They were produced initially as confidential. I made request to Evergy to make the documents public, and they did so last Friday.
Okay, these are part of that batch of documents. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and
That's
just
correct.
this is Greg Greenwood. So just to be clear, the red on here are not Evergy documents. These are calculations that Mr. Zakura has performed.
Okay, thank you. So these are.
I said that earlier. It's simple math. Okay. Now let's look at the next. I want to go to the exhibit, the next exhibit, which is the Evergy average price comparison. Okay. And this is a graphic representation of what happened with pricing from 2007 through 2018. And what I'm particularly interested in is the comparison to the national average electric price for residentials. That went from, well, it increased about 25%. It was 25% below the national average, and it ended up in 2018 slightly above the national average. Would that be correct also?
Yes.
Mr. Casely?
Yes.
Okay. And let me turn to the next slide. Now, this is what you spoke to earlier. This is the transmission increases, okay? And it shows that on January of 27, 2006, the Evergy Kansas Central revenue requirement was $72,385,000. And by April 1 of 19, it was $248 million annually. Now, the note that I have there expected is taken off of the Evergy Oasis file for public document. Is that the expectation of what the increase will be coming to Kansas ratepayers on April 1 of 2021?
So I am
prior
gonna,
to a retail allocation.
So since I was brought today to testify mostly on customer experience things, and I want to be very careful about speaking about transmission. While I have a significant amount of knowledge on it, I don't think I would qualify myself as the expert. So since Mr. Ives is here, I'm going to let him address that question, and then when we get back to customer enhancements and things like that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
And let me just jump in here briefly. I appreciate the questions. These are important questions. I can understand why it's just coming up now since the documents apparently were just made public last week. I hope that we can mostly hew pretty closely to the customer experience topic and scope of today's presentation. So, obviously rates were discussed. So I'll give a little leash here to discuss these newly public documents with Mr. Ives, but hope we can kind of then refocus on customer experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair French. I'll follow your directions precisely.
Yeah, so this is Darren, and I don't have a lot to add. I mean, Mr. Zakura has had pulled up the rate formula template, so the numbers that he pulled from Oasis or otherwise are what they are, and we spent a lot of time in the grid modernization discussion talking about some of the things that are driving transmission investment, particularly in the central area, whether that be the age of infrastructure that's in play, the prevalence of renewables that are coming into the space, and the resiliency that's being addressed on the system. And probably don't have anything more to add than what Mr. Aiken and others did in the grid mod presentation for this group of stakeholders.
And I do think it would be worth noting there, though, that the nature of transmission in Kansas Central is significantly more rural than a lot of the peer utilities that have been mentioned previously, and certainly even than the service territories in different parts of Evergy. So, for example, in Evergy Central, there are more than 6,500 miles of transmission lines built and maintained, whereas by comparison in Evergy, Kansas Metro, there's less than 600, less than 10% of that. So there are a lot of things, as Mr. Ives pointed out, that go into that. And the only other thing that I would mention is that what this doesn't reflect is the decrease in this charge that occurred in 2019, which, if memory reflects, was around $8 million in each of the jurisdictions, Evergy, Kansas Metro, and Evergy, Kansas Central. So this is an accurate assessment, as Darren said, for December 31st, 2021. But it may be missing a few details that are relevant.
I have one just further question, if I could, Chair, one line question about rates, then I'll move on.
Mr. Zakora, you're not very audible. I don't know if it's just my feed or not, but you're kind of cutting out.
Okay, I'll move closer to the computer. Okay. This is my last line of question on rates. Mr. Casely, we've talked about earlier about the need to move closer to regionally competitive electric rates. If the commission were to approve the STP proposal for Kansas, what would be the rate impact in dollars as an increase in rates for Evergy, Kansas Central?
I was muted there. Wanted to make sure we didn't get an echo. A couple things on that I think are really important, Mr. Zakura, which is, in all of the slides that you pulled out, one of the unfortunate aspects of them is that they end in July of 2018. So what it doesn't capture is the fact that since July of 2018, our rates in all jurisdictions in Kansas have either stayed the same or gone down for the past 3 years. And so to that extent, we're missing part of the story, which is the path that we're on and that STP is supportive of is consistent with a move towards regionally competitive rates. It's why we list it as one of the components of the customer benefits. Just to put a finer point on that, from 2017 to 2019, in one of the legislative studies you referenced, which was AECOM, we've actually seen residential rates for Kansas go down by 6.4% and industrial rates by 1.4% over that time period, whereas our regional peers, again, according to this AECOM study that we jointly supported and commissioned, went up 2.8% for residential and 1.3% for industrial. So that's an improvement just over a 2.5-year time period of roughly 9% towards regional competitiveness for residential and roughly 3 to 3.5% for industrial, which are meaningful movements and movements that we see continuing as part of the STP. And again, in with respect to the rate increases prior to that, all of which you and your customers participated in, I would just point the stakeholder group here back to the studies, not only the AECOM and the LEI studies, but the commission staff, as well as Evergy, produced studies on the causes and determinants of those that are admitted in a docket before this commission, and point to all of the various drivers of those increases. But what I would point out is that as we spoke earlier, while that resulted in going from a combined rate base of around $7 billion to where we are today at about $14.4 billion, or 100% increase in rate base, the STP, once you net out the cost efficiencies that many of these capital investments unlock, once you net out depreciation, and once you net out the impacts of retirements, you're looking at and this again, this is published in our investor materials, only a 5 to 6% increase over that relevant time period of the STP. So I think we're talking largely about apples and oranges. But if the question is, do we think that the STP advances and provides regional rate competitiveness, we see as extending the process we've made over the last 3 years as a combined company.
That wasn't my question at all. My question was simple.
Well, Mr. Zakora, you're over time. So if you have a question, I suggest that it be very concise and very focused.
I thought the last one was, but I'll certainly.
Sure.
What dollar amount does Evergy project would be necessary as a rate increase if the commission adopted the STP plan as presented?
I'm not entirely positive of this, Mr. Zakura, but I believe that calls for information that is confidential. If not, the rates guy is sitting here to my right, and I will turn it over to Mr. Ives to answer this question.
Yeah, and I won't belabor this point, but I just want to make clear. I mean, we're in a set of stakeholder workshops discussing the STP. We have not asked for commission approval of a multi-year STP plan, which I think was alluded to, and when you started that comment, if the commission was going to approve the STP. I don't think that's how it's framed up at this stage in front of the commission. That said, I agree with Mr. Casely. It would be confidential, and I would remind the stakeholders that we're talking about aggregate investment dollars in some of the schedules that we talked about when we were working through the grid modernization discussion, but we've also talked about the fact that much of that is standard operating CapEx, maintenance CapEx, and there are incremental pieces in Kansas, Missouri, and in the transmission space that are unlocked through the STP plan, as well as the cost savings and the other components that we've been talking about this. So rate impacts will be for everything that's going on at Evergy, not just the STP components that might be incremental from this plan.
I have one question. I feel like I've had like 2 minutes and the responses have taken like.
Well, Mr. Zakora, trust me, you had more. They may have not answered your questions as succinctly as you like. And there may be some time for follow-up questions now, but we're trying to be fair to everybody and give everybody the same amount of time. And we've been generous with you on your time. I know it doesn't feel that way, but we have. So KPP.
Thank you.
KPP, do you have any questions? Okay, hearing nothing from KPP, I think we'll move on to McPherson, and McPherson had emailed me that they have no questions. So that moves us on to the NRDC and Mr. Connors.
Thanks, Brian. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gupta to see if he has any questions. He may or may not, but I will let him address it if he does.
Thanks. I actually don't have any questions right now. Appreciate everybody's time. And if we do, we will follow up with Evergy separately.
Thank you. That brings us to the Sierra Club and Miss Woody.
Thank you. Mr. Casely, can you explain a little bit about what you expect from a performance-based rates and if that will affect residential customers as well?
Well, to be clear, there are not a lot of places in Kansas, in our Kansas jurisdictions right now, where we have performance-based rates. My comment really was that in things like energy efficiency and perhaps other non-typical, meaning they've emerged in the last 10 years, things that customers want, perhaps there's some opportunity to mate up regulation and strategy with also performance. And again, my example with energy efficiency is, it's a prescribed amount of spending and programs with very established goals in terms of energy savings, as well as carbon and other things avoided. You go through a cost benefit analysis that is a threshold that you have to clear in order to implement programs. But once the commission approves it, then over a 3-year time period in Missouri, we go out and we execute on those things. But we don't just recover because we're approved to go forward. We actually have to perform on those. I think expanding those kinds of things, and particularly energy efficiency in Missouri, would be a very beneficial, meaning Kansas would be very beneficial. And obviously, we'd be open to dealing with other mechanisms from that perspective as well.
So when you're talking about the performance-based rates, that's something that really isn't very firmed up. Is that right?
Except to the extent that energy efficiency is absolutely something that we would like to see implemented on a performance basis in Kansas, and that also we would remain open to conversations if people have them about, in other areas.
And if one of the forms of customer satisfaction is for customers personally to be able to use more sustainable energy, how does the STP facilitate that in the next 5 years?
Well, we have lots of programs currently, whether it's something like a solar subscription or just the very nature of the fact that 50% of our energy delivered to our retail customers today is carbon and or emission free. But I think we're always looking for, and of course, the first best fuel is not using electricity. So energy efficiency is, again, something we're very interested in. But I think that, again, as we go forward, if there are ideas that people have, whether it's distributed generation, storage, energy efficiency, or other things, those are all things that, having a customer-centric approach and looking to be more sustainable, whether it's on the individual or collective basis, are things that we are more than willing to engage with and talk about. Okay, and is there anything specifically in the STP that supports that in the next 5 years? Do you mean, so I guess what you're talking about is Are there any specific parts of our customer plan or the STP that looks at that kind of thing?
Yes.
Is it individually or just sustainability generally?
Individually for customers.
Okay, so I would say two things that I think are contemplated just within our customer plan is the dockets we're getting ready to file on rate modernization and contemplating rates that could deal with things like battery storage and customer generation or even electric vehicles. And then I also think that having we're also looking at beneficial electrification, and beneficial by its very definition is electrification. We would like to see not increase the amount of infrastructure that we would have to build, but utilize the existing infrastructure more efficiently, which means not producing incremental carbon. And as part of that, we would love to see individual programs for customers, whether they're commercial, industrial, or residential, come out where we could partner to incentivize beneficial electrification and electric vehicles generally. Those are things that we really like. Past that, we are absolutely, we are contemplating how we approach solar. We are contemplating other issues. We could see that from an online marketplace. And again, we have and plan to continue our solar subscription and renewable subscription programs.
Okay. But is there anything?
Miss Woody?
Yes.
Miss Woody, can I interrupt and just ask
Certainly.
a question right off yours? You've
Certainly.
So you're talking about the subscription to the renewable, and you state that Evergy is now at 50% non-carbon energy source. So, but there is a subscription. So if I join the club and subscribe, how much more am I paying to access wind and or solar?
For a customer to subscribe to solar, there is a very minor premium. I mean, I think when I ran it for my house, for example, I think it would have probably raised my bill somewhere around $8 to $9 a month. And that is currently, that's what it is. But we see, as we bring on more renewable resources, I think we contemplate a day where that subscription would essentially replace at cost or potentially even be lower. For our commercial and industrial customers, we have programs too. They're just more scalable. And those programs, generally speaking, are at a lower rate, as they affect consumer rates.
So does this apply to wind as well, your subscriber rate?
Yeah, I can't remember in Kansas. I'll have to look up and see. We can get back with you and see if we have residential wind. I think right now it's solar. $2 a month. Sorry,
right.
Got that.
I figured your expert there at the table, across the table, would share that.
He's right over here.
So,
you can't see them, but they're right here.
So that said, over half your generation is from this non-carbon source. At what point will you eliminate, and is that part of your STP? I mean, I just have difficulty, even though it's a small amount that you apparently charge, that you continue to charge this when maybe we ought to reverse it. And if you still use coal, maybe you ought to be charged more for that. I mean, has that thought been given to that?
Yeah.
I'll let Mr. Greenwood address
carbon
that.
Source?
Yeah, Commissioner Duffy. So I'm on that renewable residential wind program, and I think maybe part of your point is I've subscribed to cover 100% of my usage, when in fact every day for free or as part of my normal bill, it's already 50% clean. So I'm sort of overpaying, if you will, but I just like the fact that I can say I'm paying my own way for that, and it's $2 or $3 a month.
And I agree, but those folks who would love the privilege of overpaying on their bill, but just struggle to pay their bill, It seems to me perhaps that thought process maybe needs to at some point be switched or considered. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Woody, for letting me interrupt. I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
No, thank you. Those are great questions. And I just have one other question. I'm just trying to get some clarification. I know the STP is all about infrastructure and replacing infrastructure. And so tapping into what Commissioner Duffy just said, is there anything in these infrastructure changes that are going to actually support particularly residential customers being able to use non-carbon sources more in a more cost-effective way, especially those folks who may be lower income?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm off mute. Sorry, needed to make sure. That's a great question, and yeah. So first of all, I wouldn't just characterize the STP as infrastructure, although some of it is. This infrastructure, particularly when you're talking about transmission and distribution, will help access and bring online incremental renewables, whether that be wind or solar. And traditionally, that has been something that can benefit people in a couple different ways. One, not from a programmatic standpoint, but from an impact to the fuel adjustment, that generally has a positive impact. But secondly, we also continually renew the availability of solar and of wind for the subscription service. And so I think a couple of things about that. One, as we continue to scale and add that, it should reduce the overall cost. And part of the STP is about enabling that kind of thing. The second thing, though, is that, again, we're going to have rate modernization conversations. And I think part of this conversation has to be dealing with the very issue that you're talking about, which is there are people who want to have maybe a different mix of generation than others, and how do we address that desire? That to me says that all residential customers aren't the same, and some are opting to be different by generating solar, but particularly low income and or folks that are in more restrictive neighborhoods that might not have the ability to do it. There are different things, whether it is subscription programs, community solar, or other types of things that we would absolutely contemplate as part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready for USD 259. Mr. Banks, I believe you're muted. Mr. Banks, if you would, it appears that you're still muted from what I can tell. Mr. Banks, last chance. Do you have any comment?
He said,
okay, I see.
Thank
Thank you.
No questions.
No question. Yeah. Thank you. Then we're ready for staff and Ms. Pemberton.
Thank you. Mr. Casely, thank you for the presentation. Very informative. I'll turn it over to Mr. McClanahan right now to see if he has any questions. I'm hearing Jeff, if you can hear me, you're on mute. Not hearing anything from him. I know that Mr. Hanos has already indicated that he doesn't have any. Justin, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Terry. Good afternoon, Chuck. Very informative presentation.
Thanks. Good afternoon.
Just one quick question. I'm looking at slide 7, and there's been a fair amount of conversation at this point about potential performance-based revenue initiatives. And the specific example that you've given is the energy efficiency programs. And is the measure of that you're referring to that's performance-based in nature, the fact that Evergy would be allowed to keep a certain degree of the savings. Is that the performance-based element of that, or the incentive component of that?
Absolutely. I think there are a couple of components there. First of all, there's a recovery of throughput disincentive or the lost kilowatt hours as a result of the programs. That's not 100% recoverable until we reach a threshold, and there's a true up mechanism with that. So we have to see the savings. They have to be cost effective. And there's risk for the utility around that. And then you're right, as a result of the savings that are achieved, the utility gets to keep none of or a portion of on a sliding scale based upon performance metrics that are predetermined. And again, I think that's just one example of how it could be done, but it's obviously something that's foremost in our thoughts, given the fact that we have some of those programs in Missouri.
Okay, thank you for that. And did I hear you correctly that in the event that the company doesn't perform to the level of expectations, that there's actually a disincentive or a punitive element to that?
Yeah, so I don't know if I would characterize it as punitive as much as I would, I think, fair performance, rate making. But the issue would be when we establish these programs, they are going to cause a level of throughput decrease or a load decrease as a result of the programs. And then there's additional kind of, once you engage in this, there's also more awareness and loss of throughput. And as a result, we can recover a predetermined portion of that, but we have to get to certain performance metrics in order to be able to do that, or we have that at risk. So it is conceivable in the way we have it set up in Missouri that you could actually, have some risk around recovery of the actual program dollars, as well as throughput incentive that is actually caused but not recovered.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thanks. And then one last quick question. This is a pretty broad one, so I won't hold you to any specific level of detail. But you mentioned one possible broader, I guess, more expansive performance-based initiative would be something similar to what the company's experience has been in Missouri. And I just thought maybe it'd be helpful to sort of set the stage, or from an educational perspective, if you could maybe hit on, summarize what some of the key elements of that legislation are. And I guess specifically what makes it performance-based in nature.
Sure. So, and you'll forgive me, my as I get older, my database up here erases things after they've kind of aged. And this was probably 2 or 3 years ago was the last time we had this conversation, maybe even a little longer than that in Missouri. But the whole notion around, and again, it was something that ultimately there was a group of stakeholders that were very interested in it. Ultimately, it became untenable to pass, such comprehensive legislation like that. But ultimately, what it took a look at, broadly speaking, was capital investments, returns on that, and mating back bands of returns for results around certain performance metrics, whether it was reliability, whether it was, you really, the performance metrics that you choose, you could choose very broadly. And so it was really a combination of taking a more formulaic approach and then mating that up with performance metrics. And the thought process would be that if you have a group of people who agree on what's important to them as part of this process and set performance metrics, whatever they may be, and you're aware of what capital is going to be spent and what costs go into it, and you have all this kind of predetermined, then the outcome is knowable or ascertainable within a certain band, and that everybody's the things that they care about are addressed. And perhaps is a way that provides clarity, transparency to all stakeholders, so they know exactly ahead of time with a little more certainty what the outputs of certain things are going to be.
Hey, Justin, this is Greg. I just add to your question, closer to home in Kansas. Not all of us, we've all been around different lengths of time, but we do have some performance-based rate aspects that are alive and kicking currently for our Kansas utilities. And you're familiar with probably all of those if I list them off at least. But we have an earnings review and sharing mechanism related to the merger, so that while the rates are frozen, if there's any excess earnings, those are shared back to customers. We have call center metrics and reliability metrics. Now, those aren't symmetrical, so those are kind of both kind of stick things, but performance based nonetheless. And then in Kansas Central's last rate case, we had an own wind farm where we had some performance-based rates that had a symmetrical mechanism based on the performance and output of the plant, that the customers could be made whole through the fuel clause if it didn't perform as well as we thought, or if it overperformed, then the company could get a benefit from that financially. So those are some things that are active today just for the group.
And given the fact that I just went through our quality of service metrics in the call center at the end of last week, my little database here should have remembered that and said that too. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, Chuck, no, I know my question was somewhat unfair. I tried to caveat it as much as I could up front, because, if you'd asked me for the specific details of something that I worked on 3 years ago, I couldn't produce it right here. I wasn't trying to be, unfair or get you with a gotcha question. I'm actually not as familiar with that legislation as I'd sort of like to be. And I know performance-based rate making is a topic that's top of mind for all of us right now. And so I just thought I'd take advantage of, while I have you, here in this forum, if there's anything that you could provide. But I'm sure we'll be in further conversations about it. And I'm not sure if something like that would work, or something that we can consider in Kansas or not. But we'll talk more about it in the future. I appreciate the opportunity.
But I didn't take offense to the question. I think it's an excellent question, and it really is in keeping with the fact that we do think rate modernization and conversations around rates and how we make rates is a first order of magnitude over the next 4 years, and should be part of this. And I'll tell you, there is a great deal of interest, particularly where it's symmetrical performance-based rates, meaning there's upside and there's downside reflective of risk and metrics that stakeholders want, not just a stick, as Greg mentioned earlier. In some applications that might be fair, but if you're talking more comprehensively, I think that the motivation would be transparency, being aligned up front, and having a stick and a carrot.
And maybe I could jump in with a question off of Justin's on that topic of performance-based rates. I mean, I'm interested in, the concept of performance-based rates from a rate impact perspective, performance, but also from that customer service impact. And I mean, do you think that you mentioned that there's just so much more data now, and Evergy specifically is going to get better at capturing data. Does that present an opportunity to go after some performance-based rate-making mechanisms that just wouldn't have been possible to implement without all that data in the past?
Sure. I mean, what we can do with data today, and what we will be able to do if we're successful in our planning, it's night and day difference. The biggest problem is that the capabilities and the technology accelerate even as you're catching up to where it is today. But no, I mean, certainly, and again, that is part of why looking at rates and being able to design rates maybe a little differently than we have in the past, all that can be enabled and unlocked by data. So I mean, these are all things from a customer perspective that also affect really operations and everything else are good conversations to have.
Thank you. Justin, if you had more, I apologize for cutting it.
No, Chairman French, I don't have any more questions. So Terry, I'll turn it back to you, and if anyone else from staff has questions.
Okay. I'm not seeing any, but if you'll just give me just a moment to pause, I'll let Adam or Tim jump in if they have any questions. And if we don't hear anything, then I think we're done. And I'm not hearing it, so I'll turn it back to you, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I think then I'll turn it over to Chairman French and for commissioner questions.
Yeah, let me pause here for, I'll just say from my perspective, I had every question that I could possibly think of wrapped up, and I appreciate the discussion, but I want to turn it to my fellow commissioners for an opportunity to ask follow-up questions, and I'll start with Commissioner Keene.
Well, Chairman French, I fit the same box that you just identified. The questions I had have been also addressed as well. I'll just close by saying thank you, Chuck, again for your presentation.
And Commissioner Duffy.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to talk just briefly about AMI, because that is an investment that's already been made, correct? And I know we touched on this a little bit, but I'm still confused. Are you using AMI to gain data right now?
Absolutely. AMI in Kansas Central is substantially completed. I mean, there's odds and ends of customers that don't have it for one reason or another, but that's completed. We are finishing up a small number of customers as part of the STP, and really this year and maybe a little bit next year, some AMI deployment in Evergy, Kansas Metro. But yes, we're using it right now, and it's used for a variety of different things.
For example?
Yeah, for example, and one of the things that you know, the new customer portals that will be coming out, you'll be able to look at usage more granularly. We'll be able to you know, there's fraud and usage, you know, things that we can take a look at and become more efficient. I'll say one of the things that is really, I think, a benefit of AMI, and something the commission's done recently, which we really appreciate and support, which is the ability to you know, reconnect, disconnect and reconnect remotely is all part of that process. I know during the pandemic, on the Missouri side in particular, it's something we didn't have previously, the ability, if somebody paid their bill, to get them on very quickly. And so those are some benefits. But what you will see is that AMI can be much greater utilized than we are right now. And a substantial amount of what we plan to do from a customer perspective under the STP is to really utilize those that system, partner it with our new customer information system, and work on a bunch of different things, whether it be billing, visibility to how you're using energy, designing different programs. There's really a host of things that we can look at in that area.
So there is hardware that was associated with it, but also software. So I'm assuming the hardware's been deployed and you've had the software, and perhaps it's not fully functioning, but it's already been bought, and there shouldn't be any more costs surrounding the software associated with the hardware. Is that correct?
Yeah, the best analogy I would give to it is the hardware, the meter in this case is like my iPhone here. The software, which yes, was just updated as part of our customer forward project. So all of that over the last 28 months has been updated and consolidated into a system for you know, the consolidated company. But there, and it's significantly being brought to bear as a part of customer forward. But there still are things, and I would say they're customer facing capabilities. I would analogize to apps. There are still other things that will run off of that backbone, that operating system, so to speak, that we have not, you know, greenlit or activated yet. And some of those.
All right, so they aren't activated, but they were already purchased when you purchased the AMI and its software associated with it. I'm just trying to get at isn't that behind us, even though it's part of your customer forward? Maybe you haven't activated everything, but it's been part of your subscription to the AMI technology.
Yeah, the answer is not a yes or no. Some of it has been paid for, regardless the state of activation. Again, I would say, whether it's the meter data management, I do that every single time. Sound like Larry the Cable Guy. Whether it's MDM, or whether it's some of the other systems that we just implemented. Yes, those are costs, the operating system, the backbone, so to speak. But again, there may be things that use that data and can give other functionality that we have not contemplated or implemented yet today, and those would be incremental. Having said that, I would go right back to, I think it was page 7, which we've talked a lot about, which is, from our perspective, if we were to do those kinds of things, we would want to try and see some efficiency related to O&M attached with it, not just a customer benefit, from implementing something like that.
Okay, second question, while we're on page 7, under O&M reductions beyond existing synergies, the hard cost reductions over a 5-year period achieved through hard cost reductions. I'm assuming that's translating to salaries. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry, that's the former legislative aide and jaded political person, which sometimes when you're talking to folks that are budgeting, they talk about savings that are really just smaller increases, not actual reductions. So when we talk about hard cost reductions, I'm talking about savings that are less than in an area than more, but just less than we were originally forecasting. So if it costs us $10 to do something today, I would expect out of doing this that we would see an O&M reduction to $9 versus what sometimes you see in budgeting is they say, well, we thought it was going to go up to 12, but it's only going up to 11. Therefore, we saved you $1. Well, that's not a hard cost reduction. That's just slowing increases. What good looks like here to us is actual hard reductions, real reductions in operations and maintenance expense as a result of implementing these things.
And I do view O&M, if you look at increasing automation, that means, as to your example, I'm not talking to a person. I'm doing it myself online. I did not tie up an individual for 30 minutes to resolve my issue at the Department on Labor. Increasing digital, external, and internal functionality should lead to increased salary savings. And streamlining dependent processes, which was part of the merger, was to streamline the company together. I mean, aren't we translating when you automate, isn't the real savings in salaries and wages as my kids would rather not talk to a person. They want to do everything this way. That's how they resolve all the problems of the world. The last thing they want to do is pick up a phone.
Your kids then are like my kids. Right. Absolutely. And so the short answer, Commissioner, is yes. Over a 5-year period, looking forward, we would contemplate that automation, digitalization will result in less jobs doing the functions that previously. In our area, and particularly, for example, there's a lot of attrition and turnover in call centers. We would hope that we could do it with an eye to planning that will be done mostly through attrition. Having said that, it's not exclusively through cost savings, are not exclusively through jobs. So a great example again would be the more people we can get online to receive their bill as a PDF from us or engage with us on a portal, then we're not mailing and we don't have the hard printing costs, we don't have the environmental footprint, and we don't have the postage costs of saving that. So that would be a savings to the extent that we can use data and route existing meter personnel in a more efficient way, that's not necessarily reducing a job. What's that's doing is increasing productivity and our ability to handle it. And then with respect to the call center, and I think this is a really important point, we are never going to be able to automate or digitize our way from away from having a call center. But where I see the real value for call center representatives in the future isn't handling that person who just wants to know what their bill is and when it's due, but maybe it is to sit there and to talk about how and explain energy efficiency programs, or offer explain solar rebates and how to engage with a customer there, or handle more complex things that right now AI, chatbots, and other mechanisms simply can't do. And again, so this is not an elimination of people from the process. It is focusing on the best value add for our employees, which isn't necessarily just looking up something that a computer or a chatbot can do.
Right. So to your point, for example, if you were in an area of a city and you were changing out the poles that your lines hang on, you're not anticipating that what's going to satisfy that change out from one pole to another would just be a text. Hey, by the way, there's a pole in your area and we'll be changing it out. Thank you. Or through an email. I mean, I'm hoping that you use great thought into what you automate and what you still reach out to folks to make sure they understand what is going to transpire in their front yard.
Yes, I think that's a very valid point. And no, you're right. If we are building, for example, a transmission line or changing infrastructure in somebody's yard, a text message is not adequate. That said, a text message in concert with public meetings, in concert with letters, in concert with other things, may provide a link that somebody can use one of these wonderful things on and get in and learn a lot more at, say, 10 o'clock at night or midnight when they're no longer working on something else that we don't necessarily have as good a capability to do today as we would otherwise. It would also provide perhaps a more interactive platform so that people can, again, consume that information on their own time and in a way that's meaningful to them. I think about, my wife's looking for a car right now, and you can see the inside, outside, motor, 3D representation, 360-degree tour. All of our car shopping is going to be done online. And then at some point, we're going to walk into a dealership and make a decision. But the power of the information that we got as a result of that is incredibly helpful, and also has streamlined the process, not just for us, but customer acquisition for a dealership as well.
I would, back on your example related to the savings related to staff, I would point out that when I was at the Department of Revenue and we automated and allowed online tax return filings, we hired full-time from April 13th through June 15th, 150, primarily, 150 folks to do nothing but open envelopes and pull everything out, remove the staples, even though we said don't staple it, reassemble the document. Of course not. Reassemble the document in the order it should be, paperclip it, and then put it on a conveyor belt. When we automated and folks could submit their, and of course it was 6 or 8 weeks before you got your tax refund. Before then, with the new system, it was within days you got your refund. And when we let
like
those
that.
150 people go, we only retained about 15. And it was literally overnight because people were scrambling to do that so they could have access to their money earlier. And we had to ascertain whether the interest lost on that money was more than the savings that we were getting from those 150 people for 8 weeks. And actually, it was to the benefit of the state that we returned that refund earlier. The cost of those employees, training them, the training costs were huge, issues that came up, don't want to sit next to her, all those sort of things that you deal with people have a huge cost and a huge savings when they are replaced. So there is a significant savings when it relates to automating versus maintaining a workforce to do something as benign as process a bill.
Absolutely. Agree
Thank you very
100%.
much. I appreciate your answers, Mr. Casely.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And before we move on, let me just say I really enjoy this discussion of changing technologies and changing consumer preferences. You wouldn't believe the hard time my wife gave me when she found out I was printing out today's presentation so that I'd have something to follow along. I don't think she knew we had a home printer. And she thought it was really hilarious when I got out a stapler to staple it. She really didn't know we had a stapler. So you know, I like to think I'm tech enabled, but apparently
I
not.
take it you're not on TikTok then?
Not yet. I'm waiting for that right moment. So I think we've reached the end of the questioning, at least on the public part, but I do want to provide an opportunity. I don't know how much confidential information we have on this issue, although I do know KIC maybe touched on a couple areas that could have been getting into confidential. So I want to give the opportunity. Are there any stakeholders that have questions that they think would touch on confidential information and would require moving to a closed session?
KIC would.
Okay, well, since we have at least one stakeholder, we are going to conclude the public portion of our work study now. And I think before we move to a closed session, we're at 2 o'clock, we've been going for a while. Let's take a 5-minute break. And when we return, we will be moving into a closed session of the work study where no action will be taken. But we will begin that closed session in 5 minutes at 2:05.
So IT, we can shut off the live streaming of YouTube, because when we come back at 2:05, we'll be just for Zoom and only the people that have signed an NDA.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and shut that down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.